our pre-meeting for December 13th. I guess we'll start with any questions or concerns about the agenda real quick, and then we'll jump into them.
It's a lot of public hearings for one night.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, get Friday and maybe Monday, get this afternoon. You're
Well,
falling right into Charlie.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Wait till you get our Christmas gift. All right. So, any questions or concerns about the minutes? We'll just hit that real quick.
Good with mice looked down.
Okay. All right. And the calendar as well. I mean, the calendar is what the calendar is. So I think we'll just move on beyond that one, and we'll ask, yes, in succession, if, maybe get a little, okay, wait a minute, we're going to back up.
So why?
Is January, we don't have 2 meetings that month because of the holiday?
Mondays, sir. We usually don't meet after that.
I know. But as you can see our agenda, it would be really nice to have 2 meetings in a month. So we can get through our stuff a lot better. Not saying that we want, sorry, Cammy, but I know I'm not. But
Speak
Yeah.
to Director Grover.
Yeah, what we're thinking of doing on that one, we're hoping to have work session items at the end of the regular agenda.
like tonight, like that's really gonna work.
Well, it's not going to happen.
I
tonight,
know.
But we kind of have an idea when we look a few months ahead, or at least 1 month ahead, and next month doesn't look as bad as this month does. It doesn't look as daunting, you should say.
I feel there's a lot of code that we've got to get updated to fit this new general plan and some stuff. I think, tech with Ogden Valley, we need the meetings more than they do.
Well, at least equally as much as they do. All right. So any other items or questions on or concerns about the calendar? Okay. Mr. Burton, you want to go over the consent item, or does anybody need any going over on the consent item on the water reservoir for Bona Vista Water?
You guys might be familiar with this one. It was the consent item for Bona Vista Water. We had one that came before you, I think in June or May, for really close by. Bona Vista couldn't get the other owners to agree to a location, and so they ended up going with Randy Marriott property instead, where they're going to put it. But it's pretty much the same application. It's a 3 million gallon water tank, in a building to house the pump equipment and everything. So it meets the setbacks and everything, and we're thinking it's pretty non-controversial. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
So do we want to, instead of playing musical planner, do we want to just go through and let Stephen go through his items? Okay.
Cool.
Well, he is last. I mean, look at it.
So we've got my next item is ZMA 2022-04 on the agenda. That's a rezone from A1 to C2. You guys might be familiar with that property right by the school and the church. They're off of 4300. The owner is wanting to do a pickle, or is it, now I gotta remind myself what it is, pickleball courts. The zoning doesn't allow commercial projects like that. And so in order to do this, there's a few things that they need to do. But the first thing is to have the proper zone. From there, make sure they get all the building and fire approvals. But right now they're trying to just establish the C2 zone that allows it, like a recreation center like this. And it'll have to come back before you on like a design review where we'd look at building design and parking. Although if you wanted to, we could look at those at a rezone level. That's really what this is. We're asking for a development agreement. In my report, I will point out a discrepancy. I mentioned that we'd like the first 40 feet of the front yard. We're actually thinking it would be the first like 60 feet of the front yard. To preserve that as an area for a future mixed use corridor, because that's what's shown on the new general plan. That there will be like a little mixed use main street, and it will extend pretty much right out to this property and end where the school property is. Those are the big things on this one. Do you guys have any questions for me on this rezone?
It fits the general plan that we put over there, right?
It does.
Perfect.
It will, if we reserve that area for a future commercial corridor and rezone it to C2 with pedestrian friendly uses and make sure the parking's only in the back, then yeah, that definitely fits the general plan for the area. Yeah. My next one is it's called Anselmi Acres. It's on 1400 South and 4175 West. It's a request to change the zoning from A1 to RE15. The owner wants to do, I guess the developer wants to plat 37 lots. Lot size would average out to be about 13,000 square feet, which if you look at the general plan, it says medium density residential for this area, general plan future land use map. I think there's an argument to be made that 13,000 could be considered to be medium density. Especially when you look at the number of lots they're proposing, it's not any more lots than they would get under the true RE15 zoning. But the lot sizes are a little bit smaller. The lot frontages are also a little bit smaller than the RE15 requires. As far as, yeah, sorry. I have to remind myself I'm not actually in a public hearing yet. You guys have any questions? I'll get more into the details as they present.
Since this has come out, have they brought in anything of what they're proposing to do to get down that far? And have they done anything on the road as far as 1400 South?
Anything on 1400 South or on
To me,
1600 South?
No, that's 1400.
The new
To meet
existing-
the substandard road ordinance.
Oh, no, I haven't brought it up with them.
Okay, well, until that's done, I'm against it.
Just to reference that, Commissioner Edwards, you're referring to the county's subdivision code that says you can't develop, or that it does allow development off of a substandard road as long as you pay your
Exactly.
proportionate. My thoughts on this would be that is something that would be caught at the subdivision level. So you definitely can consider that in a rezone, but where it's something that's just required as part of our subdivision ordinance.
Then we're kicking the can down the road. Let's get it addressed and at least know what they're planning to do. That's as simple. That's all I want, what they're planning to do. And then but I don't think they've done anything to address to get down to that density. What are they doing to, it's not I mean, yeah, across the board, they might be at RE15 zoning, but that was always a trade-off of what amenities come with that. And this has no amenities. So what amenities can they buy into? They haven't presented any of that. So I feel it's not. And 1400 is a horrible road. It's narrow. You add another 400 trips up and down that road. With this coming in, there's got to be some upgrades come to it, and that's got to be addressed. And I think it needs to be brought up at a rezone, and at least discussed so that, you're not dangling a carrot and saying, oh, you can get this density, but then all of a sudden when it comes to subdivision, you have to, oh, well, now you have to do this, this, and this. My opinion.
Notice there's a couple of different recommendations in the staff report. Well, the first one would be from a staff recommendation, and keep in mind you can make, you're welcome to make your own recommendations as well. But we were just kind of thinking these would be either of these would be reasonable recommendations. One would be to table until there's a meaningful open space contribution from the application that was submitted. From what I could tell, there wasn't any meaningful open space contribution, and we think that's a pretty important part of the general plan. Now, when I say open space contribution, I don't mean that there should be a bunch of little parks everywhere, but like the general plan says, maybe they provide some kind of fee in lieu to the Parks District, or maybe they provide the Parks District with some amenity that they're in need of regionally, not just by subdivision. The other recommendation was, if you are comfortable with the county commission and maybe the developer shows up tonight and has some plan, there's probably a way to forward a positive recommendation to the planning commission, assuming that the developer brings a meaningful open space contribution plan tonight. And we would condition that recommendation on the developer agreeing to a development agreement that specifies what the open space contribution is going to be, and a few other things I'll go over with you later.
Any questions on that one? All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay. Felix?
Good evening. So yeah, we've got the first one is a consent item. Their Buffalo Run. They've come back with another revision to their phasing plan. We're looking to break it up into 3 phases. And so we're thinking that's pretty straightforward, kind of like what we did last time. So it's a good place for the consent item. Were there any questions on the Buffalo Run phasing plan?
The only one I got is when we approved the phasing plan before, we took out the deferral for 4,700 and said they needed to install that. Is that still going to stay true, or do we need to make that as a condition?
Yes, I think it's probably wise to at least mention it.
Because if we make it a condition, we got to pull it from consent.
Yeah, that's true. It was noted in my report that was added as a condition. And so I think we could probably just carry that condition on.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
So as long as it stays there, I'm good with leaving it on consent. If not, I'd pull it just to make sure that stays in there.
Gotcha.
Does that affect the time limit that they have to do these developments there? If
Yeah,
we
I
spread them out?
If they spread them out, they got 1 year between phases.
From what point?
From the point they get final approval.
Okay.
And
No.
Okay.
yeah, and so if they, like, for instance, because they're coming back, then we're going to start the clock as soon as they get final approval. And then so they've got 1 year from that, but then as soon as they record phase 1, they got 1 year from phase 1 recording. So there are some time limitations on all of that.
Anything else on that item?
Nope, that's all.
Okay.
I can go on to the next one if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this one is a design review, something that the administrative body is tasked with looking at the harmonious design with the surroundings and some of the features out there in Western Weaver that to ensure that there is continuity for design out there. And what we've looked at through the design review process is mainly so architectural design, site development, parking, massing, landscaping. So those are some of the basic things we look at. And what they're looking for today is just the design review approval. And following that, they'll be looking to get their building permit to start construction on that new seminary building.
Any questions on that? Okay. All right, very good. That's it. No, yeah, that is it for you, right?
Yeah,
Felix?
that's it for me.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, looks like Charlie, that's the next batter up. How'd you end up with only one item?
How did we get lucky enough with Charlie?
Well, I wanted to be nice.
Delegation commissioners.
Oh.
Actually, really lucky to have a strong team, and we're all just biting off a piece of the apple, one bite at a time. So, yeah, well, we figured just a few months after adoption, we'd be right here where we are, and this doesn't look like it's the last meeting that's going to be like this either. It just happened that a lot of different applications came in pretty dang quick at the same time, but you'll have a few more meetings like this, I suspect. So, what you have in front of you there is a request to rezone some property down in the west, what are we calling it? The West Weber Village, I suppose is what we're calling it. We can call it whatever you guys really want to call that. Now, the general plan does talk about creating a form-based ordinance to govern what happens in that area. Form-based ordinances, generally speaking, address design and what the area looks like a lot more than it looks at uses. And so it wants to focus on what that street is and what it's going to be about. And so when somebody experiences that street, it's a lot less about what's happening behind the walls. However, having great window space, having great activity, having things built at the human pedestrian scale is going to be really important when we look at these streets. So that's the public realm of it. How do we get ourselves to that point? Well, we work with landowners who are fronting on these streets to make sure that the buildings that they are proposing meet that standard. What happens inside the building is a little bit of a different story. There's a whole bunch of different options that can happen inside buildings, including retail spaces, office spaces, residential spaces, etc. So right now, the applicant's just looking for 4 acres to be rezoned to the C1 zone. C1 is kind of a misnomer in this case because we don't have a form-based village ordinance tied to this area out here. And so basically we're saying C1, but then we would run that with a development agreement that would essentially create the first little stab at form-based village for this area, just for these 4-acre properties. The remainder of the property, 23 acres total, would be rezoned to the O1 zone. At least that's what's in your staff report. Chatting with the applicant a little bit, there's been a little bit of question on, well, maybe we can rezone 5 acres to the O1 open space zone that could be preserved for the park district and have a park there at some point in the future. And then the remainder of those 23 acres could remain the A1 zone. However, as part of this, working with the applicant on this, if they rezone the entire O1 area, or excuse me, the entire 19 acres, so 23 minus 4, 19 acres to O1, we should look at transferable development rights, giving the applicant a little bit of compensation for moving development rights off of that park space or that O1 space, and giving them the ability to do about 23 units, which is the one unit to the acre, about 23 units for his 4-acre parcel. In the future, if the county does adopt a transferable development right program like we have in the Ogden Valley that's applicable in this area, they could transfer those units outside of those 4 acres into other commercial areas as well. So there are a lot of different options, a lot of flexibility. The staff report says, I think it says 12 units. I'm requesting that you amend that to 23 because we would be clearing all of the development rights off of that 19-acre parcel and moving them, except for the one non-conforming development right that exists. There's a home on it right now, and moving those to essentially the 4 acres up in front. A lot more details to that, but any questions? That was the summary.
Yeah.
I'll have a few hours to talk about it a little bit later today.
I'm looking forward to it, Charlie. What happened between our work session last month when we decided that we were going to build the code and then bring the rezone in to now?
It's still a valuable option, very much so. The applicant has requested that this be move forward, and so that's why it's here. I figure as the applicant's asking for it to be moved forward, it is a good opportunity. If we do this, we would do it through a development agreement. In the development agreement, we would want to preserve certain rights for the applicant, but also preserve certain rights for the county. So when the county does create a village zone with a street regulating plan, maybe that development agreement goes away and everything comes into compliance or conformance with that new street regulating plan. And as well, the applicant will be able to establish uses, and those uses will be able to be non-conforming if they don't comply. So
I think in your staff report, I mean, you got a good start on this, is looking through that as what that form-based code could be, but I think we need to work on that before this. You know, it's just like I made the recommendation when when we made the recommendation to approve the general plan.
Yep.
Put the code in place before we go through the rezones. Make sure we have the rules to follow. I think the cart's coming before the horse.
Yeah, I think it's a valuable way to go about it. The applicant has requested you make a decision one way or the other rather than table. So if you'd rather have this wait for the form-based regulation to be put in place, then I think the applicant's requesting you just recommend denial and they can move on and get a final decision from the county commission after that.
And in that case, then Charlie, if it's denied here and approved at the commission level, then it's back to planning to establish.
No, so if it's denied here, we would take it to the county commission and essentially say, commissioners, if you don't want to deny this, if you want to approve this, approve it with the recommendations that staff gave to the planning commission.
Here. Okay.
That is actually a really astute observation, and sometimes planning commissioners miss that in their eagerness to deny something. If you do deny it, maybe you should say, however, planning or county commissioners, if you want to approve it, do it this way. That may be a worthwhile discussion now.
So that is established in that motion.
Yep.
For deny, if that's what it comes to. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else, commissioners?
Just Charlie, I'm assuming it's condition number 4 that you talked about with the 12 residential units. You want to change that to 23? Is that
23,
correct?
yeah, yeah, that seems like a fair exchange for that amount of space being preserved as open space. Now, you'll read in the staff report, only an acre up front is going to be reserved for the park district, if the park district wants it. The applicant would rather it stay in his own LLC and he could build the park and put an open space conservation easement or preservation easement on it. I'm requesting that it be offered to the park district as 1 acre. And then in the development agreement, we would have the other 4 acres that the park district would really want to have for a 5-acre park reserved, so that if he chooses to flip the property for something else that's not agritourism, those 4 acres at that time would get transferred to the park, and the remaining acreage would be able to do what he wanted to do with it.
Isn't some of this already tied up in the open space that come through as the village, as the first phase of that subdivision?
My understanding is that's expired.
The first phase isn't, the second phase did.
Perhaps, and I did not actually get a chance to look into that. So let me take a good solid look.
Because the way I look at it, he's got, total, because I don't think we should consider the piece that has the house on it. But when you put that together, you got 21.52 acres. That's not the parcel with the house.
Yep.
But then some of that's got to go back to the open space as part of the first phase.
Yeah, let me
My
look into that and verify. And if that's the case, then it'd certainly be worth a conversation. The first phase, if the applicant were to come in and rezone the first phase to what is shown on the future land use map, they'd probably be able to get out each of those homes to stand on their own. But that still doesn't necessarily negate the fact that if there was open space set aside.
But the first phase is already recorded.
That's right. That's right. So what I do know is that doesn't seem to be anything in the recordation that shows that there's an easement or anything like that on this property. So it might be just by virtue of the PRUD decision that was made at the time. So I got to look into that. I apologize. I didn't do that research.
Thanks, Charlie.
You bet.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's see. Tammy, do you want to take a quick swing at it? We got just a couple minutes, and Bill, you're going to have to wait. Sorry.
Sure. I would like to mention a slight change that has occurred since you received your staff report. So what was outlined in your staff report is a request to rezone 10 acres from the A1 zone to the RE15 zone. The applicant at the time the staff reports were submitted to the Planning Commission had not addressed the open space requirement. So as you guys know, in going through these rezone requests, when we're looking at this kind of change in density, the general plan requires that the applicant address each of those smart growth principles. The open space requirement had not been addressed. As of yesterday, Mr. Buck has met with Roger Heslop of the Parks District, and they have discussed the developer contributing, I believe, to the improvement of the Park and Taylor Landing. Planning will require some kind of formal written communication from the Parks District to this effect before we bring this before the County Commission. Just your word.
Great.
Okay. Do you have any questions regarding this application?
I'll save it for the meeting, but the same thing goes for the substandard road ordinance.
Anything else? All right. Thanks, Tim. Okay. Well, the hour is upon us. Welcome to the Western Weber County meeting for December 13th. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. Thank you. All right, so first item on our agenda, the roll call. Commissioner Wickern is absent tonight, excused. Item number one, the minutes from November 15th. We'll go ahead and put those into the record unless there's any objections. Okay, that's done. The approval for the 2023 calendar next year. Any questions, concerns about that calendar?
I stated my concerns.
Too much to do, too little time, right? Okay. All right. On that note, probably, do we need a motion that, Liam?
No, that's not necessary.
Okay, we'll just adopt that into the record as well. Consent items 3.1 CUP 2022-17, consideration of a conditional use permit application for a public utility substation, the 3 million gallon concrete water reservoir for Bona Vista Water located at approximately 1850 West, 4400 North in Pleasant View. Are we going to need any further information on that item?
As much as I'd like to see Blake come up here and give us a presentation on it, I'm good with it, Chair.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for coming though, Blake.
It is a consent item. What are we doing those?
You can approve both of the consent items at the same time. Yeah.
Okay. Do we need any further information on 3.2 LVB 110921? Consideration and action on a request for approval of the second iteration of the Buffalo Run Subdivision phasing plan. The subdivision is located at 2400 South, 4700 West. Nothing on that one?
Chair, if you're ready, I'll make a motion.
I'll ask for motion.
Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent items as presented in our staff report.
Good. Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 4, administrative item. 4.1 DR 2022-06, request for approval of a design review for the construction of a new seminary building. Do we need to go into anything on that one, or do we want Felix to present more information? I guess we better have some information on that one for our design review. Okay.
He's got to show everybody else the
Yeah,
building.
that's it. Yeah.
Yes,
exactly.
thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I have prepared a few slides and we do have Mr. Brian Child and Brian Bott, the architect, with us today. If there's any questions regarding some of these designs and also some of the more finer details. This slide we have up here is showing the aerial. So 2200 South, 4300 West location. You can see there's an existing meeting house there right up against the corner. And the parcel in red is where the seminary building will be placed. So this is in the A1 zone, and the seminary building is to be reviewed by the administrative authority to ensure orderly and harmonious development. Some of the standards that we could consider, the Planning Commission also may consider adding amendments or conditions that would mitigate deficiencies in these bulleted items here. Anything traffic safety and congestion, outdoor advertising, landscaping, building and site layout, utility easements, drainage, and other engineering questions. And that last one, prior development concept plan approval associated with the rezoning agreement, which doesn't apply in this circumstance. This slide, we can see this is the grading plan, and shows how water will be managed and drained to the open area there on the southern end of this property. And here we have a couple of details that could be helpful. The plan for this building is to have students access the seminary grounds from the high school via a sidewalk. And you can see that the entry points are strictly on the north, east, and west side. The south side will have no entrances. And here's the SWIP plan. And here's the site plan showing some of the existing improvements, also some of the things that will be removed. There's an existing baseball fence there on the south end that'll be removed. And also they plan to remove a tree there on the south end on 2200 South. And the staff parking for the seminary building will be on this on the church parking lot area. And so here we have a plant schedule with the landscape plan that includes various different plantings and also some ground coverings, including rocks and looks like some Bermuda grass sod. Here's showing the building facades, the front and the back of the building. And here's the side. And these were provided the 3D renderings from the architect showing the front entry. And here is another photo of the front entry. And this is more toward or back on the sidewalk where high schoolers will likely just pedestrian access from the high school to the building. And this this design review, after planning staff has looked it over and looked over also design requirements and the zoning requirements, have found that based on the conformity with these requirements, staff recommends approval. And those conditions, those two conditions stated in the staff report are part of this approval, which state all review requirements must be addressed and completed before design review approval. And occupancy shall not occur until all improvements, including landscaping, have been installed or guaranteed. And that kind of concludes what I had today. Any questions?
Commissioners?
I'm just ready to vote.
This looks nothing like the church. This looks nothing like the Bowery out in front of it. I don't like it. I'm not in support of it. My recommendation is table it until they bring it back with something that looks more similar to the area. That's my opinion.
That'll lead into my opinion then. So I think maybe we ought to consider that this is a new building and it most likely resembles the high school that it's going to be basically affiliated with, right? And knowing that the meeting house is dated, there's likely a chance that they're going to have to renovate that at some point and update that. So I think it would be more appropriate to have this building look like the new surrounding building. So that being said, I would be in support of the design.
I agree with that.
Commissioners? Anything else? Any questions?
Thanks for setting me up.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, on that note, I'll ask for motion and then we'll discuss.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve, find my number here, sorry. DR 2022-06, am I on the right one? Yep. as recommended by the staff, that we make that or that we make that approval.
Okay, I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second,
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
4 in favor, 1 opposed. No, 5 in favor, 1 opposed. Sorry. Motion, yeah, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Felix.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on our agenda. Legislative item 5.1. I'm gonna start into our public hearing section of our meeting. 5.1 is ZMA 2022-04, public hearing to consider a request for approval of a zoning map amendment to rezone property located at 2139 South, 4300 West, from A1 to C2. Mr. Burton.
Yes, yeah, good evening, commissioners. And I'm glad to see that there's a pretty good turnout tonight. A lot of people showing up, and hopefully we can have some good conversations. I just want to mention for anybody who may not know me, my name is Steve Burton. I'm a planner. And it's weird to talk to the planning commission, but to mean to talk to people behind me. But I'm a planner for the county. My role in these applications isn't to advocate necessarily for something to be approved or for development to be approved or denied. But I would say my role is to look at the Western Weber general plan and determine how much an application complies with it, as well as to make sure each application gets due process. And if anyone would like to, feel free to talk to me afterwards. I'm happy to talk to anybody, and I work 8 to 5 most weeks, Monday through Friday. So feel free to come into the planning office and chat with me about any of the applications that I go over. What we've got tonight is we've got an applicant who submitted a rezoning application, file number ZMA 2022-04. The owner's name is Josh Skidmore. And I guess usually the owner, I'll kind of present some preliminary things. The owner will come up and explain what they're proposing, and then I can come and give my findings. Is that how you'd prefer to have this tonight, or can we just to give my presentation first and see if?
Yeah, go ahead and give your presentation.
Excellent. Okay.
Stephen. Yeah.
Awesome. So we've got the properties located at 2139 South, 4300 West, right next to this seminary building that was just approved, just north of that. And it's currently in the A1 zone. Let's see if I can get full screen here. Property 0.92 acres. It's in the A1 zone right now. So agricultural zone. It's a residential property. There's a house and some accessory buildings on it. The proposal is to change the entire zoning, the zoning of the entire property to the C2 zone. The intent behind that is they'd like to have a commercial recreational pickleball court in the building that's behind the house. The C2 zone allows for a recreation center as a permitted use. So if a rezone were to be approved, the owner would have to come back in for a design review similar to what the seminary building folks just did, where you look at the way the building looks and parking and all that stuff, landscaping. So we've got a existing map and a proposed zoning map. The proposed zoning map, you can see it's a kind of a red overlay, usually for the red or a pinkish overlay for the C2 zone. When the legislative body, the planning commission and the county commission are considering a rezone, one of the things that we recommend you look at is the general plan. Now, as you know, the Western Weber general plan was adopted a few months ago, and we've got a future land use map that shows this area as a mixed use commercial, kind of right at the end of a mixed use commercial corridor. The intent behind that would be to have kind of a small mixed use main street, kind of like you see in downtown Ogden, but really small scale, to be able to provide some commercial amenities and as well as some pedestrian friendly developments. I want to point out one thing the general plan says about the mixed use, which I've got it in my staff report, but I also just included it on my slide here. The areas of the future land use map designated as mixed use commercial are intended to provide a village center in which a variety of land uses can occur nearby. In each mixed use area, there should be at least one community main street. The main street should provide retail sales, services, eateries, and related activities that make the street interesting to use. And then it goes on to say some more things about what that should be. This proposal, a recreation center, seems to be something that would be useful in a future mixed use commercial area, for folks to be able to recreate there. As we look at the general plan, as you guys well know, general plan does talk about smart growth development standards. And I will say when it talks about those, it doesn't necessarily say you only have to require them at a residential rezone. If someone's asking for more density, I think we should always look at smart growth development standards. In this case, it is a fairly small rezone. But I will say one of the standards could be public street connectivity and trail connectivity, which would be provided if this were to be rezoned to a commercial area where we could reserve a corridor for that future pedestrian friendly location. To show you what the existing conditions are, it's pretty cut and dry. It's just a house with an accessory building. The accessory building has already been constructed, and we don't believe it was constructed to commercial code. And so that is something that the owner would need to do, is make sure before they get any business licenses or permits that building complies with the right occupancy, the commercial occupancy in the building and fire codes. Here's an image of the conceptual layout that the developers submitted. Again, this is already there. It's already on site, but you can see parking in the back. They do have a corral and an existing residence. The C2 zoning standards. So some of the things you should think about are, does this fit the C2 zoning? Front yard setback is from the center line of 4300 West, 50 feet. This definitely meets that, this building. There's a required 10-foot rear yard setback, which this existing building meets. And then there's a required 10-foot side yard setback on the north side of this property. From what I could tell, I don't know if the applicant has a survey to dispute the 8 feet, although I don't know that it will be a huge issue. It is only an 8-foot setback on the side. And so the applicant, there could be a few things that could be done to address that. One of them, they could get a maintenance agreement with this school property to be able to have less of a setback. Another thing to consider is the county legislative body may choose to just allow that to be a non-conforming building. That could be an option as well. This proposal, the existing building does meet the max building height. It's not quite 35 feet. I think it's somewhere around 20 to 25 feet. A lot of times at a rezone, you're looking at architectural requirements, usually in like a bigger scale, maybe on a residential rezone, you'd be looking at the way the houses look, or if it was more of a detailed commercial rezone, you'd want to know what the buildings are going to look like. Applicant didn't submit any photos of what it looks like, although I'm sure you're all familiar with what it looks like. A few things to consider there. You could ask for that information. You can ask for a new design. Another thing you could do is you could kind of pass that off to the design review. That's one thing we'll have to look at in design review, is the way the building looks. Firefighting and public safety are things to consider when you're looking at a rezone. The fire and building divisions haven't signed off on this. Now, I will say that is not something that has to be considered at a rezone. A rezone, when you're looking at a rezone, it is conceptual. You're just establishing the zoning. There are other mechanisms in place, like I mentioned a few times, design review, where yes, design review and building, you just have to meet the fire codes and other public safety requirements. And so just by approving a rezone, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be unsafe. The county has mechanisms to make sure that it will be safe. We are asking or recommending that a development agreement be entered into between the county and the owner. For one of the reasons is we're asking for 7 feet of right-of-way dedication. There has been 33 feet, but the general plan shows that this should be 40 foot half width. And so we would ask that 7 feet of right of way be dedicated for that to happen. A common thing we ask for in development agreements is that that the owners agree to waive their right to protest annexation into a city if for some reason it happens. That is one thing we're asking to be in a development agreement. Another thing is that we reserve the first 60 feet of that front yard for that future mixed use commercial corridor. We think that there's going to be a main street, ideally some type of retail street front buildings there that look really nice. And we think 60 feet is enough room to be able to make that and the walkways happen. As you're considering rezones, you should consider if the proposal is compatible with surrounding land uses. You should also think about if it's compatible with the general plan and if now is the right time to approve a rezone. Rezones don't have to be approved. No landowner is entitled to a rezoning of their property. But if they propose something that meets the general plan and is in the public interest, it might make sense to approve it. The actions you could take, you could approve, deny, or table a rezone. I know you're all really familiar with this, but I think it might be helpful. Is this kind of the first public hearing of the night for the public to see as well? Those are recommended actions you could take. I will say in the staff report, you'll notice I have the following recommendation listed on here, which is, as planning staff, I recommend that you forward a positive recommendation of this to the county commissioners based on the following conditions. 1, prior to consideration by the county commission, the owner will enter into a development agreement with the county that the development agreement will include provisions to ensure that 7 feet of right of way adjacent to 4300 West will be dedicated to the county. The agreement will also specify the first. In my report, I do say 40. I recommend that you change that to 60 since I thought about it a little bit more after writing it. The first 60 feet of front yard adjacent to 4300 West after the 7-foot dedication will be reserved for multi-use commercial. The agreement will also include provisions to ensure that the allowed use in the first 40 feet will be pedestrian friendly and not vehicle intensive. 2, the existing building in which the use will occur will need to receive approval from the building official and fire marshal, as the building may not have been constructed to a commercial occupancy. And that's based on the findings that it meets the general plan and that will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I have them. What are the intentions for the house?
So in speaking with the owner, and I hope they're here to be able to speak to this a little bit more, but my understanding it is kind of an old house. I don't think that there's a plan to tear it down right away, but my understanding is that at some point it would be cleared to make room for that commercial area. Now, it would be cleared by the owner. The county wouldn't, immediately want to come in and tear it down.
Right. And it's, what did you say? 35 feet from center line for the road?
50 feet from
50.
the center line of the right of way is the C2 zoning setback.
Okay.
And if they move it if they reserve that first 60 feet anyway, it's going to meet that
Gonna
setback.
take care of that, right? Is that road pretty much in the center of that right away? Do you know?
My understanding it's pretty center, the center line of the road.
All right. Because it seems like to me from center line to the front of that house, 60 feet's gonna.
That house, yeah, if they reserve that corridor, that doesn't necessarily mean the house has to come down right away. But the owner also understands, I've had conversations with them, that they wouldn't be able to expand that residential use if this were to be rezoned to commercial. Because residences are not, single family residences like this aren't allowed in the C2 zone.
Okay, commissioners, questions for Stephen?
I do have one. Steve, you mentioned something about contingency on being able to incorporate into a city. Is that, but I don't see that in the recommendation. So is that just something you suggest, but it's not part of the staff recommendation?
I could make it part of the staff recommendation. I think just it's something that we commonly do in rezones. So if you wanted to, and you felt more comfortable, we could put it in there. But my expectation was it's just something that
It'd work out later.
it would
I
work
would
out
prefer
later.
that. Yeah, I'd rather it not be in there. So, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioners? Okay, Does anyone want to hear from the applicant?
I would just like to make sure that he's okay with the things that have been addressed as far as a staff recommendation, or he or she, whoever it may be.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thanks, Stephen. Please give us your name and city that you live in. for the
Josh
record.
Skidmore, Taylor.
Thank you.
So the home was built in 1920s and the outbuilding was built about 10 years ago with a small addition about 2 years ago, a year ago. It was used for storage for a number of years. Kids played baseball in it, that kind of stuff. And then we put some pickleball courts in there. And so now we're trying to come into compliance, and that's the whole reason for this. And so with A1, excuse me, we can't have a recreation facility in A1. So the master plan was set aside as C2. And so that's why we're requesting. And I realize, that the 60 feet, the house would have to come down, because you'd be in the living room.
Right. At least on the front porch.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so that's why we're requesting it, so we can come into compliance. I realize we have to, building department, fire department, and all that kind of stuff.
All right. So, commissioners,
Josh, are you okay with the change that was suggested by Steve from the 40 feet to 60 feet? Do you have any issues with that was changed this last moment?
I think the 40 feet's okay. I think 60 feet puts it past where the new high school is going to be built, the curb and gutter there. So it, as long, I'm stuck between the church and the new high school. So if you draw a line, why would you set it back an extra 20 feet? So
My opinion is it's for that more on-street parking, more angular type parking along the road, where this is less vehicle oriented, more pedestrian oriented, which I think it fits really well with the high school being there. I mean, if going into a C2, you could put some side of an eatery, a little deli or something in there. That's kind of what we discussed when you come to the general plan
right,
meetings.
that's
and
why the general
I think
plan-
it's a perfect fit for the area, but that's why I also see that 60 foot. I don't think you're going to have a ton of people from the high school driving there. I mean, you're crazy. You just walk over there, but other people that might come, I think that's more or less, Steve, maybe correct me. That's why we're looking for that, right? Well,
Yeah, that's right. So 60 just gives us a little bit more room. It doesn't, and we can look at it exactly what we think we'd need, and we can work that out with Josh. And yeah, Josh, I apologize. I haven't had the time to talk to you about that extra 20 feet, but reserving it, the property would still be zoned commercial. If the rezone goes through, it would just be, basically we'd say that first 60 feet has to be retail street front. But it might not necessarily have to be 60 feet. We can look at it.
so maybe I'm understanding it wrong. That's not for the roadway then. That's just for business.
No, so part of it's the roadway.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to figure out how wide that sidewalk's going to be. Part of it will be the roadway.
so then that leads to my question, or my next question, and that is, so what is the setback requirement for the church and for the school? Is this going to be a deeper setback requirement because it's zoned for commercial versus the neighboring properties on both sides, or are they all going to be the same?
The setback requirement in a mixed use commercial actually be like 0, like right along the front property line is ideal.
Mhm.
And you may need 5 or 10 feet to go back a little bit, but I'm having trouble envisioning how close the setback for the church and the school property is 30 feet from the existing right of way line without any road dedication. So I think it'll be pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you
I'd
put the
agree with
sidewalk in, you got your road dedication, the same, you put your sidewalk in, your building can come right to the sidewalk essentially.
That's right.
I like it.
that. Yeah, I like that too.
Commissioners, just observation, the half width of a village street cross section is 60 feet. So center line of the road into the property, if it's a 0 setback, would be that 60 feet.
Okay,
Just to give you a visual there. I've got some visuals in my presentation.
thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, but just to follow up on the last point was made. So if we approve it, Steve, based on what you have written here, would the other details be okay to be approved with the commissioners? Could we just approve what we have here on paper and then you want to negotiate the 60 or whatever it's going to be with the owner? Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
And then, am I okay to go on, Commissioner?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
go right ahead.
So I guess I want to just make a statement about it rather than a question. So this affects my neighborhood in which I live in, and I look at it really simply as it's just an upgrade of what's going on already. I know it's already a great benefit to our community. There's a lot of neighbors that I have that I don't personally use it, but I know a lot of people do. And I know there's people that have looked at either relocating or looking at our area, and that's one thing they mentioned to me is, oh, you guys have this pickleball facility. That's amazing. So I think this is something that does benefit our community, and we should be trying to look to advance. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Anything else, commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much. On that note, I guess we're going to public hearing.
Chair, I'll make a motion. We open this up for a public hearing.
Have a motion to open public hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We are now in public hearing, so I'll make a brief explanation to the public. You have 3 minutes. Please come to the podium, state your name and the city that you reside in, and give us 3 minutes worth of piece of your mind. So,
Would you like me to time that?
yes, please.
It's
Wow.
okay to make positive statements too. It doesn't have to be a complaint.
Going once? Going twice? Sold.
Chair, I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now out of public hearing for this item. Commissioners, before I ask for motion for this item, any discussion?
I just got a comment. I want to echo Commissioner Neville's comments. I think that this is a good fit for the area. You know, I echo Skidden, you know, the applicant, they come and was a part of our general plan process. You know, we talked through this, we looked at this area as a whole, you know, what the high school brought into it. And so I appreciate when you come when, you know, not very often do we do a general plan, but the people that come and was a part of it, you know, there were some great things that come of it. And so that, yeah, I'll make a motion if you're ready. No one else?
Anybody else? Okay, I'll ask for motion.
Well, one more comment for my motion, sorry. The other thing with this that I really like is the general plan was just approved. This is what was in the general plan. We're not having to do general plan amendments to put this in. So just putting that out there. But with that, Chair, I make a motion that we recommend a positive recommendation to the county commission for the proposed rezone of approximately 9.2 acres from A1 to C2. Sorry, 0.92. I'm giving you a lot. No. 0.92 acres from A1 to C2 file ZMA 2022-04. This approval is based on the following conditions and the conditions that Steve laid out in his presentation and listed in our staff report, along with the findings. Okay, with the correction.
You want with the 60 feet rather than 40, is that you're stating?
Yeah, because that's what fits in the general plan.
With the 60-foot correction. Okay. All right, is that clear to everyone? All right, I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Have a motion in a second. Let's see, we need to do a roll call on these, Liam, or Director Grover.
It'd be good to do a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner Edwards,
Aye.
Commissioner McCormick,
Aye.
Commissioner Clontz,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Good work for the public there. Okay, next item on our agenda is item number 5.2, ZMA 2022-05, public hearing to consider a request for approval of a zoning map amendment to rezone property located at 4175 West, 1400 South from A1 to RE15. And Mr. Burton,
Yes, I'm back, commissioners.
like a bad penny. No, I'm just kidding.
That's okay. So we've got a request, a rezone, and we've noticed, we scheduled a public hearing and properly noticed for a public hearing for ZMA 2022-05. A rezone located at 4175 West, 1400 South to rezone 14.93 acres from A1 to RE15. The owner of the property is listed as Marie Bueller, and the representative and applicant is Brad Brown, who I've seen tonight is here. Just a similar presentation to what we just did. We've got a existing zoning map on our left that shows you that it's an A1. And the proposed zoning map on the right that shows you get the yellow color of our RE15 zoning. Now RE15 is 15,000 square foot lots is the density. And lots should be about 100 feet wide in that zone. Going to the general plan, future land use map, this is the approximate location. And it's showing it as a medium density residential area with a possibility of, you see that hatched area of transferring development rights to preserve farmland, existing farmland. But RE15 does generally fit the medium density residential. Again, this is 2022 Western Weaver General Plan Future Land Use Map. Now, the general plan does talk about landowners who are proposing to get additional density. They should propose smart growth principles, smart growth development standards. From what we've seen in this one, and I'll show you maybe I'll show you this first. Oops. I've got one on the left and then a little bit more zoomed in on the right to show you the concept plan. Smart growth development standards. Some of I think the easier ones for developers to consider are public street connectivity. The reason it's easy for them to consider is because we have a master plan and a transportation plan that shows where trails and public streets should be located, as well as how wide they should be. So that is, I think that is one of the development, smart development standards that the developer is proposing. Now, specifically relating to public street connectivity, one thing that I pointed out in my staff report is this curve is proposed to take place on some property to the south. When we're looking at a new rezone like this, I think it's important for the legislative body to consider maybe not actually making that curve, maybe making the developer make the whole property straight through so that we get a road a little bit faster and it doesn't put it off onto other people to do that. Now, there may be a way to put it off on other people to do that if these folks want to hold off on an approval and join a rezone with some other property nearby. But we're thinking, let's just have the road go straight through on this property. It's planned to be an 80-foot wide right of way. The developer actually shows it as 80 feet, but it's the future, what we're calling 1600 South. So that is, I think if they make that curve and if they make a trail that goes through lots 4 and 5, at least a trail corridor, I think they can meet that smart growth development standard. Another smart growth development standard that I think is important is meaningful open space contribution. We know the general plan talks about that. General plan says we shouldn't necessarily have small parks in every subdivision, but we should have larger amenities regionally or in each neighborhood. And so I don't necessarily think it makes sense to provide open space at this location, but I think the developer should provide some type of contribution to the Parks District at least. In the application, I haven't seen any of those contributions. So I would say that specific principle hasn't been met. Going back to trail connectivity on 1600 South, we would ask for a 10-foot wide paved trail to be on the north side of that. So if they were to do that and realign the public street, we think they could meet a few of the smart growth development standards if they provide that meaningful open space contribution. Existing conditions, you can see here, fairly recent photo that it's been farmed. Conceptual development layout, we went over that a little bit. So we're developers looking at doing 37 lots. If you take the RE15 zone and you take 14.93 acres, you could potentially get up to 43 lots in that zone. So they're not trying to, I don't think they're trying to squeeze in as many as they can. But one thing I will point out is they're asking for 37, so probably a little bit less than they could normally get. But the lots are, quite a few of the lots don't meet the RE 15,000 square foot minimum requirement or the 100-foot lot width requirement. And that layout may change a little bit if the street's being realigned. Generally, as planning staff, we're okay with going a little bit less than 15,000 square feet, provided that the legislative body is okay with it, and provided that we can call this a lot averaged or a connectivity incentivized subdivision, where they're not getting more lots than they otherwise could in the zone that they're asking for. If you wanted to look at the RE 15 zoning standards, here's generally what we require. You can see I've just highlighted 15,000 square feet is normally the lot minimum. 100 feet is the lot width. You've got building setbacks of 30 feet for your front, 10 on the sides, 30 on the rear. For a main dwelling, it's 35 feet is the height. So these lots, since they're a little bit smaller, I don't know, I haven't talked to the developer about this yet, but they may have a little bit of trouble meeting some of these setbacks. The legislative body, so the planning commission, the county commission, you may choose, if you wanted to allow, you could potentially allow it through a development agreement, maybe some lesser setbacks, and to approve the lot sizes, how they've been shown. I just a few minutes ago went over these considerations. Look at the general plan, look at how this ties into the surrounding area. Look at if you think the timing's right. The approval options for a rezone, as I mentioned earlier, you could approve based on what we've outlined in the staff report. You can deny based on objective findings if you think maybe the timing's not quite right or if it doesn't meet the general plan. Another good option is to table. We see that quite often. And in tabling, you'd give us obviously recommendations or directions. I'll include just a quick image of the couple of the options, two of the options that are in the staff report, the two options in the staff report. One would be that you table until the developer comes back with some meaningful open space contribution that fits the general plan and would fit the smart growth development standards. Option two, if you wanted to, you could recommend, you could forward a positive recommendation to the county commissioners, provided that the developer does the following. One, that they're required to align 1600 south. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. When I said 80 feet earlier, I must have meant 66 feet wide for 1600 south. That they realign 1600 south to be 66 feet wide with a 10-foot paved pathway, and that the entirety of 1600 south through this development be located on this property with no curbs. Two, a 10-foot pathway must be provided between lots 4 and 5, where that cul-de-sac was, so that pedestrians have an easier way to get out and a more convenient way to get out. Three, a development agreement will be accompanied with a rezone that specifies that the owner and future owners waive their rights to protest annexation into an adjacent city. So that condition made it into this one. Four, the developer will provide meaningful open space contribution prior to going before the county commission for approval. You're also welcome to make any other recommendations that you'd like, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I've got a question on 1600 south. So is that on a quarter line? Okay, so if that's on a quarter line and that road's going to extend west from 4300 to somewhere, and it's going to extend east to somewhere, at least to 3500 west, I would presume. So if that road is fully on that subdivision and that's the quarter section line, is there going to be a curve on each side of that? Potentially, is there going to be a curve on each side of this subdivision? However, whatever the width of this development on that south edge.
To expand on that a little bit.
Okay.
So when Smart Fields was approved to the west, did we reserve the corridor on the center line?
We reserved it so that, let me actually show you. It's in my staff report. Let me find it real quick.
Okay, thank you.
But also, to build on that one more time, half that road's in a dedicated open space easement or open space preserved easement through the county. The ground straight to the north is Halcyon's open space.
Oh, to the south,
South, sorry,
if they were
South,
to
sorry.
curve it.
if it stayed the way the
That's right.
design is.
That's right. And then, yeah, let me find this real quick, and I think I can also answer Commissioner Favero's question. I appreciate your patience.
We got till 8:30.
And if you might have noticed in the report, I should have put it in my presentation. If it will load for me, that I actually show you a picture of, I'm calling it Smart Fields and where that road was and comparing it, but might take a minute to load. Do you have your staff reports?
Yeah, it just says Smart Fields Development. Oh, thank you.
I feel like I sounded like Charlie when I asked you if you had your staff reports.
So based on what's,
So here, I'll share my screen.
so the alignment would stay straight with what's proposed in the hashed outside. So the road's got to stay straight to line up with the road in Smart Fields.
That's right. And
Okay.
go on entirely onto the school district property.
Perfect.
Let me, we could also look at the street map of the general plan if you want,
Now, wait a minute.
Chair Favero.
Let's go back to that. So what was that? So Smart Fields on the west side of 4300. So coming up to this road on the end, on the south side of this subdivision
This line
with that.
with the proposed.
Oh, okay. So it's not it's north of the quarter line.
It's all on the school district. It's all,
Yeah.
it's north. of-
Okay, that's that answer.
Now, neither of these developments have happened yet, right? And so there's a possibility that the county could agree to realign it in some way. It's just that it's kind of hard to realign it and then to make everybody else align it. So we might as well just make it straight unless, a couple of these developers want to get together and propose another option. We think it makes sense to just right along the north side of that section line. Does that answer your initial question,
Mhm.
Chair?
So now the question I build off of that, can they do that how would they get that open space dedication cleared to build the road on it if they build it the way they're proposing, not the way you are?
I don't, that's a good question. And I guess that's why I propose to leave it straight, because I didn't necessarily want to have to figure that out. I think that
It's dedicated, preserved open space.
Right.
Until the county commissioners do away with that easement. So I'm sure they could if they, anyways, no, okay.
But if it goes straight, that keeps it
Not a
off of
problem.
that open space. Yeah, and straight lines up with everything else. That's the main thing. If we're gonna be putting roads in the future. And I may not be around to drive on them. I want them to be straight anyway.
so.
Charlie likes curvy roads.
But I'm not so much that way.
It's the county engineer that likes the curvy roads. I'm okay with the straight ones.
All right. I gotta have a talk with Gary then.
So Steve, a follow-up question on that point. If we do leave it straight, that's gonna change the lot size, right? And the average lot size?
It could. It's why maybe tabling would be a good option. Developer could come back with revised, although they could possibly come back with a revised that still meets the same lot sizes. I don't know how they would do that. They would lose a little bit of area, but they were also showing a 40-foot half width when we're only asking for a 33. So that gives them a little bit of room. It gives them 14 more feet, I guess, to work with. And so to answer your question, I'm not sure, but I kind of assume that they need to redesign.
So does the hash, looking at the road being straight, does that include the pathway?
Pathway would be we could fit a 10-foot wide pathway in a 66-foot wide right of way.
Here, but I'm talking, because wasn't it mentioned that there would be one running east and west?
Yes,
Okay, all right, and this hash does show that or does not show that?
it doesn't show that. It just shows the 66 feet of right of way and they would be responsible to ensure that it's installed within that 66.
Within the 66 feet. Oh, okay. All right.
So it'd be part of that streetscape that Charlie come up with the narrow road, wider path, the urban, I can't remember what it was, but it's a good looking street.
Okay.
Trees and stuff.
All right. Anything else, commissioners?
I got a lot.
Okay, go.
So how, Mr. Burton, can they propose to come in here with 70-foot wide frontages when the county code requires 100-foot?
They could do it through a development agreement. If the county commission were I'll say the legislative body, because you're part of that as well. If the county legislative body said, you know what, we think RE15 fits the best as far as the use goes and the lot size, it's probably closest to any other zone that you get. If they were okay, they could do a development agreement that allowed smaller lot sizes. And in that development agreement, we would refer to this, probably a new concept plan that would have to be redrawn that shows those lot widths. But the legislative body can do that through a development agreement if they find that it meets the general plan or if it's in the public
But
interest.
where this isn't anything like a lot averaged or anything like that, it's just basically a standard subdivision. Shouldn't they have to meet our requirements in a standard subdivision ordinance?
So I would consider it to be a connectivity incentivized subdivision.
Oh, they
where,
said that.
yeah.
If they make those changes.
Right.
On top of that, though, it looks to me like that we ought to get some something out of for the parks.
That's my next thing. There's nothing in my eyes. So when the general plan went for 15,000 square foot, it wasn't blanketing everything. And it's just, that's why those smart growth principles are there.
Yeah.
So under smart growth principles, like you said, I don't think they've met that.
No,
There's nothing that's giving back to the community in my eyes to incentivize that, to even consider. I mean, I think it's off because it doesn't meet the ordinance. And if that's an issue that we feel that, if we're going to have a lot of these 15,000 foot RE15s coming in, maybe we need to look at the ordinance and maybe it needs to be revised. Maybe 100 isn't it? Maybe it's 80. 70 is a little narrow. I mean, that's a lot of house with not a lot of side yard or anything else. So you get a 100 or a 70-foot frontage and then you got 10 and 14 as your setbacks. That doesn't give you a very big house. That's a long this way, but not a very wide. So all you're seeing is garage, in my opinion.
Setbacks is another thing that could be allowed through a development agreement, but you're right, that another option would be to either create a new zone or maybe have a master plan development overlay zone.
Well, I mean, it's not big enough, I don't feel, to go down that road, but I think this goes back to the same thing. I'm gonna sound like a broken record tonight, I'm sorry, but these rezones are coming before the code's in place to fit this, in my opinion. And so I think there's a lot of work we need to do on code before this stuff comes. I agree with Commissioner Andreotti. That was a big concern I had with this, is we don't have, there's no open space going back. We brought that up in the work session we had with these guys last month. And the last thing is, I'm going to harp a lot on the substandard road ordinance. And I know we can look at rezones and attack that at subdivision, but let's quit kicking the can down the road. Let's address this stuff as it comes through. And this is basically, I mean, a lot of you people, I recognize a lot of faces out there, and you've all drove 1,600 or 1,400 and you know how wide it is. You're lucky to get a 16-foot cross section of asphalt there. And so now as this comes through and, talking with Bill, kind of getting an idea, each resident figures about 10 trips per day per new lot. So we're going to add an additional 370 trips up and down this road. That's more than what lives on it now. That's more than it sees today. So I think we're getting way before it. I mean, the purpose, in my understanding, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, or Director Grover, but the substandard road ordinance was put in place to either improve the road or, we're not starting development in the middle. We're working our way from a improved road to it. So
That's true. I will say if just, I guess, for anybody who wasn't listening to the pre-meeting where we were talking about this a little bit more, Commissioner Edwards is referring to that a subdivision, a requirement of our subdivision code. We don't necessarily have to look at subdivision code at a rezone level, but in certain cases, it does make sense, and it makes sense to at least bring it up so that the developer is aware of it. But a a rezone can be approved, and the road could still be widened, at a subdivision level, but I think it's fair to consider now.
So I guess just to help me understand, sorry, Chair. My mind's trying to wrap around this whole. The subdivision code says that they have to do this, which is 100 foot of frontage, which this doesn't meet, but it's it's incentivized by connectivity if they move that road. But what do we have in place in our county subdivision ordinance that says that they can bring it down to 70 feet of frontage? And what, is that just all a negotiation? There's nothing set there?
Right now in our ordinance, the only thing I could refer to would be our, the development agreement chapter that says that the county can allow for, different requirements through a development agreement if it goes through the legislative process.
Okay. I'll be quiet for a minute.
I think some more stuff. I think that in the end, this probably is not going to be the final design. I think that's kind of obvious and becoming more obvious. I agree with everything that's been said. There is one thing that I do think we need to look at on these 1/3 acre lots is the width. The reason I say that is because I think that there is a place for narrower lots with a detached garage kind of sitting behind the house. And I think that's kind of a neat look, and it would give, some opportunity for people that like that look to see something like that. So I'm not necessarily hung up on the width. I think that definitely is something that we need to address in the general plan or and the code as we go through it. But I do agree with everything else that there's a lot of I don't know quite how to say it, but I'll just say it like I'm thinking it. There's a lot of missed potential here with the way that this is being proposed right at the moment. So, commissioners, anything else?
I'm kind of hung up on what the parks are gonna be. I think our county commission should get busy and they should provide law that states that we have a parks fee per lot. So that it sounds like extortion when we're asking citizens to provide the parks fee, or not all gonna be uniform. But I'm not ready until we can get that solved, so that's system.
A formula, some sort of
The parks fee per lot.
right.
Bring up a good point, Commissioner McCormick. I had a conversation with the developer last week and just requested that they reach out to the Parks District to find out what that might be. And they may be prepared to speak about that today.
Well, and to that point, pretty much everything that's on the rest of our agenda here concerns the parks districts in the area, the 2 parks districts. And I got to agree, and it's been something that's making my head hurt, since we've been seeing some of this, these requests. And that is, how are we going to know what mechanism is in place, or what mechanism are we going to put in place that when these proposals get to this level, first of all, is it something that the planning commission, do we play in that sandbox or do we not? I think we do. When it does get here, how do we know what's the tripping mechanism that tells us that whatever the requirements are from the parks districts is met? And I think that's as important. It goes along with writing the code. It's putting the horse in front of the cart. So I agree, Commissioner McCormick. Thanks for that.
It's the first time.
No. All right. So anything else for staff, or do we want to hear from the applicant? Are the applicants here? So.
I feel like there's a lot of concerns. I feel like in all fairness, we should give them a chance to
Okay.
voice their opinions.
Thanks, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. We may be calling you back.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Brad Brown. Live in Riverdale. I've been working on this for quite a while. We were working on it late last year, early this year, and working with the staff, and at staff and commissioner recommendation, they said wait till after the general plan, and we'll have a better idea what we want to see there. And we've talked a little bit about this, but we went through, and several different iterations of design with the staff. Then, got some different feedback from, some of the commissioners and changed it. And, it's kind of been a moving target there, but we feel really good about this design. We recognize some of those lots are a little bit smaller, a little bit, narrower, but we feel like that is, you can meet that with both design and it meets a need in the market. Also to address the street connectivity that we have, at the staff's recommendation, gone back and forth on that. Originally, it was quite a bit up from the section line, thinking that they could go through the school district land, and they said, no, I don't think we're going to be able to bring it back to the section line. And actually, my first time seeing this was here, that they wanted to move it back up, but we are aware of that, and we're coordinating. Our engineers, the same as Pat, who owns that Smart Fields project, and so he's very aware and coordinating where the best location is for that. And then in reference to the parks contribution or impact fees, I did speak with Roger, and he's had this conversation more times than he'd like to count, but his initial response was, why don't we just wait till we have an impact fee? And and it's in code, and so and we came back, and at this time, this is when we had a more dense project and had more I guess flexibility in what we could provide and do. And at that time, we discussed working with him and to try and develop that number or establish what an impact fee would be. Since bringing it back down, we don't have that same flexibility. We did reach out to a consultant who all he does is water impact fees or impact fees for cities. And he said, to really do this is based on a lot of factors, level of service provided, and that's probably 30 to 50 hours worth of a professional study to figure out what that was. And so our thought as far as impact fees is, we're developing this now, but at the point of pulling building permits would be at least a year out, at which point I hope we have an impact fee in place, at which point we can share, pay our fair share, instead of trying to guess at that moving target right now. Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions. We're excited about this project. We think it, given its location and constraints, that it would be great for the community, and we're excited to do it.
Sure. Commissioners, can I start? So I think there's a miscommunication here.
Mhm.
Impact fee comes at time of building permit,
Right.
paid by the builder when they come in and build it. We're talking about a fee in lieu for open space, at least in my understanding. Completely separate.
Mhm.
And, basically you're coming in here, part of our smart growth principles is either preserve open space, which there is nothing in this development to preserve open space. So that's where, is there a fee in lieu that you pay into the parks to help improve the parks in the area, which I support. I agree. This probably isn't the spot for a park. There's a park right through the block here, and is that something you look at? Is there something you can pay in to build a trail to get connectivity from these small lots to get the residents of these small lots to that park? That's where my envision of this kind of fee in lieu is, of you're not going to provide the open space. And when we looked at the general plan, this was something we discussed in there. We didn't want every little, 15-acre subdivision to now come in and put a 2-acre pocket park, because that doesn't benefit, in my eyes, the community. We want to see more larger regional parks that, people can go to. So I think we've got to get off this impact fee, because that's coming when a building permit comes, and hopefully the Parks District gets that in place, but we need to look at the fee and with
Right.
of the open space.
And that makes sense. Just at the time, we were given the direction to go to the parks and they said impact fee. And so
And that's something that goes back. We've requested to have a joint work session as the planning commission to sit down and discuss this through with the Parks District so that we can all come to a consensus on that, on what we want to see, what they want to see, because we don't want to go in and dictate what they've got going on in their own district, but we want to be able to benefit them when we see stuff like this coming. So,
Mhm.
and help them is my opinion there. So.
I agree with you, Brent. I mean, although this might not be the proper place for a park, 37 lots is a big impact. So, and those people would benefit from a park. So being able to contribute to that would be beneficial for that community, in my opinion.
It should be brought up to your attention that the county commission and the park district, they have been talking about this. So they're looking into this and we're waiting to get some final information from the park district on some of what those fees would be. And then we can bring that back to you, but at the current time, it's in the park district's hand.
At least someone's talking, so I appreciate that info.
I'm glad to hear them too. Commissioners, anything else for the applicant? Okay, anything else for staff? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And we'd ask that if we could get a recommendation, positive or negative tonight on, and we would hope, on the basis of, the street connectivity, some of the smart growth principles. We feel like it will be a good addition to the community.
So you don't want to see this tabled, because right now with the information I have, I would move in tabling it or denying it.
Understandable. Yes, we prefer to not be tabled. So.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, we'll open a public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Second, motion and second, all in favor? Aye, opposed? We are now in public hearing. Same rules apply. 3 minutes at the podium, give your name and where you're from.
My name, excuse me, my name is Craig Hunt. I live at 4054 West, 1700 South. I'm in the DeGiorgio subdivision. My concern is if this development goes through, on the east side of the Anselmi property is a ditch that supplies water to our subdivision. My question is, what's going to happen to that ditch? Because it supplies us water. The people that own that property that along that ditch, are they going to be subject to having that ditch in their property? Or is the developer going to bury that ditch so that that water can be developed or delivered to our subdivision? Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, public, we're going to give answers to any of your questions or concerns at the end of all of the public hearing. So anyone else?
Evening, Scott Conley. I live in West Weber, 4803 West, 1150 South, just below Country Corner. One thing, maybe you guys can point me in the right direction, and I have some concern over this, just sitting here listening to this and hand it off to the water, is drainage. The drainage for that entire area, with all these subdivisions that are going in, I don't know if any of you are aware of the problem we had out there when the road project went through. That was a mess. CRS Engineering had that all saying it was going a different direction than actually it was. We had to work that through to try and get that to relieve itself from the back pressure. So this subdivision is going to be at 1600. So I take it that's going to drain off down through the slough off of the Costesso property down there off of 4700, about 1800 south. What's that going to do for the back pressure where everything from 900 south on 4700 west drains to the south to 1800? Then you have the west portion of 12th Street below 4700 that drains to the east, which amazes me that it comes to the east, and then goes to 4700 along 4700. And then you have that mismatch of piping throughout that entire area along 4700, where you have 12-inch, 14-inch, 20-inch, no pipe. And then the lovely railroad that really compounded the problem when they compacted the pipe when we were trying to drain everything out there. And found out they laid a pipe over the pipe at the railroad crossing. So who can I talk to or find out? Because my home is at the bottom end of that 1150. Where now I have 3 large grates from the roadway that I had to take a tractor and pull the grating off and put tarps over it to keep the water from backfilling into my house. What's the plan in place to get that all taken care of? So we have proper drainage before all these start coming in there. You got high school. The more square footage you have under roof, the less absorption of groundwater you have, where it's going to create more and more of a problem. What's that plan in place for the drainage system out there, especially the high school? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. I'll have a motion to, or ask for a motion to go out of public hearing.
I'll motion.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now out of public hearing. Commissioners, discussion.
Well, I mean, I think to Mr. Hunt's comment on the irrigation, I agree it's a concern, you know, that's, as they say, that comes with the subdivision process of it. I mean, if this moves forward, I want to make that as a condition to make sure that's looked at, because it does get overlooked more times than not, because it is something that does need to be addressed. To Mr. Conley's comment, drainage, I agree, 4,700's a mess. The state's looking at doing a project from basically the country corner all the way to the slough. We're redoing that. It's just some funding stuff. But when these subdivisions and all this stuff come in, there's a state requirement that they have to retain 80% of that water on site. So as part of their stormwater approvals and a part of what the county drainage is going to look at, they have to make sure they got to do hard surface calculations and all that and say at a 100-year storm, 80% of that water has to be retained on site. So in that bottom, well, I guess that would be the southeast corner of that subdivision, there's a detention basin. So that's up to the developer to provide numbers to the county engineer, and the county engineer to verify that retains that 80% of the 100-year storm. So hopefully that, I mean, helps the issue, but you know, we see the 100-year storm more often than not, I feel, anymore. So I think there's a bigger issue to be looked at, but that's more addressed at the state level to push these requirements down on. So, Stephen?
I would agree with what Commissioner Edwards said. And I realize that when you say county engineer, probably quite a few people don't know who that is or where he's at. So I would say when we get engineered plans, because the developer does have to hire an engineer, we realize that even an engineered stamp can sometimes be flawed. And so, and that engineer probably doesn't have all the information that the homeowners who live out there have. And so we recommend that you come in and sit down with us and look at the plans and provide us information if you have any more than what's on these plans. Now those plans won't be submitted until a subdivision application is submitted, which all depends on if this rezone even gets approved. So feel free to come in. We're on the second floor of this building, the planning and engineering offices, and we're happy to sit down with this stuff and look at it with you when we get the plans in.
Even anything else, commissioners?
I got a question. I mean, the applicant wants an answer, and in do right, that's fine. I understand that. But Steve, in earlier on, maybe it was in our pre-meeting, you know, because if this goes just as a denial to the county commission, I want it to go with denial with comments that understand why, you know, at least if the motion I'm going to make passes, why I feel it should be denied. You know, can we put conditions or comments based or findings with our denial that will get passed along to them?
We ask, please do put findings with any recommendation. Absolutely.
So I've got another question. So these go to the commission for approval or denial with our conditions. For what if we were to deny it, then that process gets approved the way that it's proposed. But I guess my biggest concern here is, how does that help our problem of solving this zoning issue when there's no zoning code put in place to begin with? and it just keeps circling around to me. It's like water going down a drain. This code, it's really important that this code's put into place. And we're getting applicants that want denial. They want an answer, and I get that, and they have a right to that. But at the same time, it's not helping the process for their next subdivision. And saying that, it means that all this is basically is delaying the process of building this code that needs to be built. So that's my opinion on what we've talked about here.
Well, and to build on that, I mean, maybe if enough of these come through with the denial based on that we don't have the code to back it up, maybe it'll open their eyes, we tried to make the recommendation when we approved the general plan. Let's get the code updated. So we updated the general plan in August, right?
August 12th.
Anyways, August 12th. Look at you go, Steve. So we updated that, and we have yet to have one meeting. Well, not knocking on you guys. I mean, don't get me wrong here. We have yet to have one meeting that addresses the code. We went through and we're trying to hammer out what's the priorities to attack, and we've got to do it based on a priority. But this was my main concern. We're going to get flooded with rezones before we can get the code addressed, which goes back to my comment earlier. We don't have enough meeting once a month, and in order to address that as the planning commission. And so I think we just like I said, I'm sorry, I'm a broken record, but the cart's coming before the horse. We need to get this. There's one application on here tonight that I feel has the code coming with it, and to look at the code and address it for a rezone. That's the process we should be in, not in trying to development agreement and condition this. In the county commission meeting today, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but they kind of alluded they want an unconditional approval when it comes to them, essentially. And that's what we would like to do. I at least that's what I took out of the comments that come through the thing. And I feel that all of these conditions we got to keep putting on it, or development agreement here, we're just passing the buck. So
unconditional based upon the fact that the zone's been created, or the zoning code
it fits the code, all of the agencies, everybody's on board, and then it comes to them. Yeah, it's approved, it's recorded, it's done.
And that's what I'm doing in my comments.
I mean, that's our job, I feel, as a planning commission to address that. So when it goes to that body for final approval, it's done, it's passed.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then it'll come to them. And if it gets to them, then they're going to put a condition on it before they can record it. And it just keeps getting passed down the road. So
I will say that the county commission will look at whatever recommendation you end up providing. I think they also they also like to see when things are worked out at a planning commission level. I think they understand that you are the planning commission and your citizens who live out there and have good information about that. So I think they do look at your recommendation and appreciate it, whatever that is.
we don't want to hear from you, obviously. Just kidding. Nope. I'll share mine.
So you're aware, we are working on codes and getting things into compliance, but when developers have a petition in here, they have a right. And so we have to act on that right per state code. So based upon that, we're balancing what comes before you, but we're also working on code as well. When those petitions come in, it takes time to review those, which limits the time that we can work on code. So we have to address petitions when they come in. That's just point blank. It's just how state code is. We have to address those. And so when we have this plethora of them coming in, we have to address those. They have to come before you. There's a due process that they're entitled to. But at the same time, we are working on code. You can see one code that's on there right now, but there's growing pains that happen when a general plan is adopted, and it takes time. The Ogden Valley residents found that out. It took us quite a while to get the form-based codes developed for Old and Newtown Eden. We're working on Nordic right now. And so it takes time. It just doesn't happen in a few months. And so I'm not saying that we're turning a blind eye to it, because we're not. It's very important to us as staff, and we feel the urgency, but when petitions come up, we have to address those petitions.
No, and I agree, and I wasn't trying to call out staff, but I mean, we put a ton of time into that general plan, and I'm willing to put more time into it. Sorry, the rest of the planning commission, if you hate me for this, but I'm willing to keep putting in the time we put into it to get the code or the code to fit the general plan. That's all I'm saying is, we just need to. One meeting a month isn't enough to try and catch up, and with the same respect to the applicants, one meeting a month, sometimes tough for the applicants to get a process through, so. I
Mr.
get,
Chairman. Charlie over here speaking.
sure.
Something that, just to add on to what, Director Grover mentioned. I kind of see this, killing two birds with one stone. We have an opportunity to look at what the general plan says and apply it to real applications right now. And something that has fallen out of the evaluation that we as staff have provided for the different applications that you have on your agenda is ordinance language that will be proposed to you. In fact, we've got it on your next work session in January. And so either way, whether or not you table and wait for ordinances or you approve with some conditions related to development agreements, I do think we are making positive movement. It does take a little bit more time. It'd be nice just to focus straight on getting those codes done, but they're almost being self-written just by virtue of applications coming in.
Right. Well, thank you both, Director Grover and Charlie. Thanks for those comments. Appreciate it. And I think what we're seeing here is just a little bit of a venting. So apologize if that's being taken the wrong way. But and I think that the expectation of having the code in place this quickly in its entirety to be able to give the commission what they want is a little bit a little ambitious, to say the least. So to Charlie's point, we have to deal with the applications as they come in, and we need to address them accordingly. Just to kind of reiterate a little bit of my frustration, I just don't want the denial to be the process. I guess that's my concern. So.
well, and to build on that's where I would hope the applicant would work on us, because they come in, we did this in a work session last month, but nothing changed in my eyes. I mean, there's nothing in here to, what's our open space, what's that? There's nothing that come from that. They just brought the same thing they brought us last month with no changes to it. And that's where I would hope the applicants would work with us to try and, I agree 100%, Charlie. The code's going to write itself as they come in with it. But for me personally, how do I go in here and I look at the subdivision code under RE15, which they're asking for? None of their lots meet what RE15 says. I don't know what that code's going to be. So are we going to write it and attach it with it? So we know what lot width are, what setbacks are, all that stuff is. So, I mean, I don't feel comfortable approving something. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm going to give them a zone, and in my eyes, that zone should meet the current subdivision standards. And if it's not going to meet that, then let's hammer that out during this rezone process with the development agreement, which none of that we have tonight to do that. So, and in the same, that's the thing, it's going to be a process. And if they want just 100% approval or denial, then I'm afraid there's a lot of this stuff coming forth that's going to deny because we don't have the information to move it forward. So sorry for venting, but.
I thought we did. Didn't we do? Yeah. Okay. Oh. No, thank you. That's because your microphones aren't working. All right. Okay, so on that note, commissioners, any other discussion on the matter between the commission?
I guess I'll just express my quick feelings. I feel like to simplify it, there's still a lot of concerns with this. I don't know if tabling or denying is which one is most appropriate. I kind of lean towards tabling, but I also am hesitant with that where I'm assuming it's been tabled before. No, it's just, okay. It's just the work sessions that it's been brought to, right? Then I would suggest, I guess for me, that it would be tabled and hopefully we'd be able to work something out in the work session. Right, I agree. But that would be my suggestion. And I guess another statement I want to make is I share a lot of the same concerns, but one of my biggest ones is maybe the road, and not necessarily just the road itself, but just based on the principle that we're being asked to approve something on the assumption that something may happen in the future. And I look at a lot of developments that have happened on those assumptions, and then that didn't get changed the way we wanted, and people are like, oh, why is this way? And they're like, well, poor planning, right? So I feel like I like to know that things are gonna be the way they're supposed to be when we approve them. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Commissioners?
You don't have enough time for me.
Sorry, Commissioner Andriotti, for taking all the time.
You want to go till 11, start now. But no, what I have to say, I think needs to be said in closed doors. I think that, you know, the process goes on, and that's why everybody's here tonight. Okay. And we have people moving their land from one use to another. And we have developers buy land and move it from one use to another. And they have land rights. And part of those land rights and coming to this commission is based on the rules that we operate from the state of Utah. And, you know, I personally, I think that because of the process that we went through, it was a great one. I think we have a really good general plan. But at the same time, some of these things are not magic. Irrigation and drainage, that's got to be fixed whether we got a general plan or not. Okay. And it's the same thing with setbacks and things that we have are going to be basically pretty much the way they are now. And so I believe there is some things that we can pass with some conditions on them. Now, I don't want to pass one that's got 30 conditions, but I can live with one that's got 4 or 5 or 6, depending on what they are. Because that's what we do. Our job is to administer the land use code. And part of this, because of where we're at, we have to write it as we go. I don't think it's right in having somebody have to wait 3 or 4 months. I think that what's right is we hear it and we decide whether it makes sense. The only thing that I say about that is we get development A, development B. Those rules should be consistent with each other. We don't let one have 5 feet in front and the other one 50 feet. And so a lot of this, I think, is common sense. Now, having said all that, I like using rules. That's been my whole life. I follow rules. Somebody has a rule, I do what they say. But at the same time, we have this process moves on. We're not gonna, housing is not gonna go away. It's not gonna slow down. It's coming. We know that. And I just don't think it's reasonable to bring things to a stop. So I think we just need to apply a bit of common sense with the things that we know we're gonna do. I mean, that's why we have a planning professional planners. We're not a little town where we're all a bunch of farmers and get together and decide. We have professional planners here, and they are in professional networks. They know what's world. Oh, do you want me to start over? Okay, sorry. Okay, all right. So just to sum up, you know, we don't want to be obstacles, but we have to feel good in our heart with what we do and in our mind. And part of that is if this was a general plan with all the rules that matches with that. But personally, I'm okay with moving through this stuff as long as it's things that we know is going to be in there. So that's my 2 bits. That's a short version. If you want to hear the long version, show up at the country corner tomorrow at 6 a.m. and I'll give it to you. Thank you.
Chair, can I add on to Commissioner Andriotti's statement?
I don't think you can. Go ahead.
One little piece. I feel like it's important to remind us of a statement made by Chair Favero a few months ago. I keep hearing, does it fit in with the general plan? Okay, good. we need to remember that the general plan is a fluid document. And there are things that are going to come to us that we need to consider that may not exactly fit with what we thought with the general plan. It may kind of, we have to curve round the edges a little bit or something, but I just want us to continue to remember that that was meant to be a fluid document that we can adapt to. It's a plan. It's to help us. It's guidelines more than a solid Bible, I guess.
And I agree with that as well, but I'm gonna build on it. So Steve, I like this thing you put in there and it just caught my eye. It talks about the county rezone procedures. And it lists out in here, it says the land use code lists the following considerations when planning commission makes recommendation to the county commission. A decision to amend the zoning map is a matter committed to the legislative discretion of the county commission and is not controlled by one standard. However, in making these amendments, the county commission and planning commission are encouraged to consider the following factors. Can you pull this up on the screen? I don't know, is it in your staff report? And it lists out 6 different items and whether the proposed amendment is consistent with goals, objectives, and policies in the county's general plan. Whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of the existing development in the vicinity and subject property. The extent of which the proposed amendment may adversely affect adjacent property. Yeah, see, it's right there. I don't have to read it all. You guys can see what it says. So as I look through this and I look through it for the plan that's in front of us, maybe 1 or 2 of those is a question, has it fit it? But the rest in my eyes are no's. They haven't hit that. We haven't addressed that yet. So I think this is, I don't know, it just caught my eye and it's a good guiding document for us as we look at these and it says it's right out of the land use code is what we're supposed to follow. So.
Excellent point.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, commissioners? All right. We kicked that one to death. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and I'll ask for a motion on this item. This is when it's nice to be chair.
I know it's against the wishes of the applicant, but I feel, Director Grover, Liam, correct me if we have the right. I mean, this is the first time we've seen it outside of a work session. We have the right to table this at least for a month. And I feel I don't want to send, as we've talked, I don't want to send a whole bunch of these to the county commission as denials. I think, let us try and hash this out. And I'm sorry it's against your wishes, but I think this is the best direction we can do as the county. I mean, as Charlie mentioned, or excuse me, as Steve had mentioned earlier, maybe this is done with the development agreement. So bring it back with the development agreement that proposes, just like, this might be, might not be the JDC ranch of 242 acres and a lot of lots, but the same thing applies here. They're asking for things outside of our zoning code and stuff like that. And until we can actually see what we're getting is that, so I make a motion, we table it and, to throw some findings with it. For one, it doesn't meet any of our smart growth principles. Until we've, if that street would get straightened, then it would, but as proposed, it hasn't met one, I don't feel. There's not a development agreement. Without the development agreement, it doesn't fit the RE15 zone that's in the county ordinance now. And as well as the substandard road ordinance. And I think that plays into a bunch. Item F of our rezone procedures is key to why that substandard road ordinance needs to be there. So that's my motion and my comments with it.
Commissioner Edwards, I don't know if you stated the one it actually is in your motion. I'll second it if you do.
All right, I'm motioning to table. Now I got to see which one it is. There we go. ZMA 2022-05 with those same conditions or comments.
Okay. I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner McCormick. Aye. Commissioner Klontz. Aye. Commissioner Neville.
Aye.
Commissioner Edwards.
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti. Aye. Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes unanimously to table that item 30 days. Thank you very much. All right, next item. Tell you what, we're gonna take 10 minutes right now. It's a good time to take it. We're gonna take 10-minute break. And then we'll be back. Is that hard? That work? Both of them? I didn't. At the time, I already worked as a public. I mean, I'm glad to find like shit like this. They go all the time. Well, it's just like the same, right? And that was one of the. Oh.
Yeah.
Plus, I give them so much open space. Here's the other thing I would offer is, this is no good.
Right, saying that, yeah, and honestly, they have the right to table, but if you say, look, just. Obviously, at the end of the day, commissioners, they would just want to pick it up and say, well, planning commission wanted to table, we're gonna listen to it anyway. You know. All right. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. I'll be right back.
You the other one? I didn't know there was one. Orange. Which one do you want?
You fixed it. Don't let that. Yeah, kind of, I think what Jed has, don't let that dictate what's going on in the process, because I don't think that's what's really. Applicants. So, yeah, what effect that has on it, I have no idea. So. For the most, what affects them the most is the growth, but what is place for people to go? Oh, the parks districts. It's up to the park. I've had a chance to catch up to them. We don't know what that formula means. I haven't had for lunch. So, you say so yummy? Did you say yeah? I did not say yeah. Thank you, sir. I got it.
I know, I was gonna say.
Oh, wait a minute, we're all in short. That's why. No, I agree. You're counting all of us. Hey, someone got the number. Yeah. Summer on my agenda. Do I have to go? I looked up the very. All right.
Right, let's go.
Probably. Down.
that discussion item at the very end. Is how much involvement I have, we just kind of get up. Really, it's all that the applicant kind of do it, but if the applicant to show then I mean, really.
I got one. I'm good, thanks. But my cookie fell apart. Sorry.
I.
Okay, that. They're good.
Yeah, and if he, I got this market looks bad, so.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and re-adjourn our meeting. He's back here. Get that cookie too fast. All right. Get my glasses on. All right. Next item on our agenda. Item 5.3 ZMA 2022-02, public hearing to consider a request for approval of a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 23 acres located at approximately 4646 west, 900 south from the A1 zone. Approximately 4 acres is proposed to be rezoned to the C1 zone, and the remaining approximately 19 acres will be rezoned to the O1 zone. Now, Charlie, did we have some exceptions to that, or is that accurate?
That's accurate. We'll discuss some alternatives to that just a little bit tonight, but that's an accurate reading of the proposal. At least proposal after staff and the applicant worked on it together. So what you have before you right here on the screen is a request to rezone property from the O1 zone, like you mentioned, to, or excuse me, from the A1 zone to the C1 and the O1 zone. Making a big a rezone is kind of a heavy lift, especially when you go into the C1 zone with some of the changes that the general plan recommends. And so one of the things that the applicant has somewhat hesitantly offered is quite a bit of property in the O1 zone. That's a big deal for the community because there's not a lot of opportunities for expansion of uses in the O1 zone. It will allow for the applicant to do what he wants to do right now, which is agritourism on that open space property. But in the future, it does limit him. So asking him to commit to that kind of a change is a pretty big deal, and it's a pretty big deal that he's willing to do so. So we'll move forward, but I'll kind of revisit how many acres will be rezoned to the O1 zone as well, and let you guys kind of make some determination on your own. I did mention the applicant in interest of time. For me, it's a slam dunk answer on if you're going to give us 19 acres of open space, then 4 acres of commercial zone that follows the general plan probably isn't that big of a deal, and we should probably move that forward. But if we want to parse out how many more of those 19 acres of open space gets to be preserved as maybe residential space in the future, that's where things get a little more complicated, and we probably need a few more meetings to discuss that. So right now, the applicant is just fine with 19 acres of open space and 4 acres of commercial space. Okay. Here's a future land use map for the area. You can see in the middle where I've outlined the property. Now, I realized a day or two ago that there's a little tail on the north end that extends to the east. That's part of the applicant's property as well. It's in the green line that kind of follows that canal. But for the most part, the property we're looking at is in that red polygon there. The future land use map is the map that's behind that. So we're looking at how does the general plan apply to this particular property? Sorry, I'm hearing a ring. I don't know if I'm the only one hearing that ring.
You broke it.
Little tinnitus or something.
Here, let me try this. Go ahead down. There you go.
That works.
I'll fix you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just learned that trick.
You're just trying to get me off the stand a little earlier. So the future land use map of the area. Now, the general plan is a lot more complicated than just distilling it down to a map, but This map is intended to tell a really big story. Picture's worth 1,000 words. This picture's probably worth several thousand words, if not several 100,000 words. Lots of opportunities shown in this picture here. That dark red, which lines buffers 900 South, that's mixed use commercial. Mixed use commercial is intended for, like Steve mentioned in his application, Main Street opportunities. Primarily, if we do this right, we'll get some retail operations on the ground floor, and we'll get some alternative operations on the second floor, or even if there's a third floor potentially. We'll also get some alternative use operations behind those retail operations. And what's alternative? Alternative could be office space, it could be residential space. There's a whole host of uses, why we call it mixed use. And it's why we call it mixed use commercial, because there has to be that commercial component to it. Having commercial uses requires rooftops, especially if they're neighborhood oriented commercial uses. If you don't have neighbors to patronize your businesses, you just don't get a successful business. And so saying you've got to build this commercial space right now is also a really hard sell for any landowner or business owner. And so finding ways to preserve the space that will be future retail while allowing it to be occupied and used differently is going to be an important consideration in this application as well. So one such way that we've envisioned this is have the applicant build commercial retail space with appropriate window openings. If you look at what is in the attached ordinance, you can see how much window and door openings are required. Those window and door openings, they open right up onto the main street. They create an interesting space for pedestrians to be. Now, in some future scenario, 10, 20 years down the road, those window and door openings are going to have wares for sale. That's going to make it interesting to shop and what's what I'm looking for. Now shop from door to door down this main street, creating an area for people to gather, creating a downtown, creating that commercial center that you might even get government offices at some point in the future if the area is successful in incorporating. So that's one of the things you see here. Just outside of that area, you see, at least right behind that big pine tree, that's the park. That's a park area. Now, we only anticipated about 5 acres of park area there, and the applicant is so far willing to rezone 19 acres to the O1 zone. Applicant does have a home on the property. If the property is zoned O1, that residence will be legal. It'll be legal non-conforming, but it will still be legal. Applicant will continue to be able to reside there. Also, if we allow for an agritourism operation under the agritourism zone, there are some other kinds of buildings that are allowed to be constructed. And so even though it says open space, he may be able to put farm worker housing there. He may be able to put a yurt there. He may even be able to put a little bit more retail operations in that open space zone. Whatever it takes to support the agritourism, and as long as whatever that other use is doesn't take away from the primary use of that open space area as agritourism, the agritourism ordinance would support. So you don't see that agritourism ordinance in your package because it's something that's already been adopted and written in code. Outside of that park, you see kind of that darker orange. That darker orange is intended to be mixed residential. Now, the general plan says mixed residential is essentially market demand residential. What is it that those landowners are going to propose for residences? If the landowner comes in and wants to do 1 unit to the acre, fair enough. Do 1 unit to the acre. I suspect the market's not going to be demanding that in this location. I suspect that we'd look into more like multifamily. Now, but bounding the east side of that green area, there is a street. So we're looking at street patterns and the block pattern that you see here in the Ogden. 1 street every block. And I'll show you in a slide a little bit in the future. We'll see mid-block connections as well. So general plan applicability. Again, a lot in the general plan, hard to distill it down to just a few points, but these are your smart growth development points. Wide variety of housing options, moderate income housing provisions, strong trail connectivity, street connectivity, meaningful open spaces, buildings with higher efficiencies, solar energy collection and storage, attractive communities and sense of place, and transferable development rights. I'll be going through each one of these and you can see how this proposal complies with those. Here you have existing conditions. The property is the vacant piece just north of 900 south and to the east of 4700 west. You can see on the eastern side of the image, some of that property has already been divided up. That plat has been already recorded. And one of the questions, Commissioner Edwards, that you mentioned in the pre-meeting is, isn't some of this open space tied to that plat? When the PRUD expired, everything expired. So the stuff that is recorded, that stays and that lives on in perpetuity. But because because none of the open space was recorded as being conveyed to the county, it wasn't held. So I just followed up on that and got an answer for you. But good news is applicants actually proposing almost the exact same thing. If you read through the applicant's concept and application, it's very similar to what was originally proposed for this area. It's just doing it with a different tool, and a tool that we've got, excuse me. In my opinion, the county's got better ability to regulate. The old PRUD ordinances has been repealed for a reason. And I'm not going to say this is the reason or that is the reason. I mean, there are a bunch of different developments that were a problem. And we just weren't getting what we expected. We've got ordinances where we can get what we expect. And frankly, the applicant's desire isn't too far away from where those ordinances are. Okay, development standards. So I say zones development standards. What is the zone? The C1 zone, like I mentioned, is kind of a placeholder. This area, the general plan talks about a form-based village in this particular area. We need a form-based zone to apply to that. We've already created a form-based zone, and we've already started working to apply that in different areas in the Ogden Valley. Some people will say, well, the Ogden Valley and the Western Weber were just too unlike each other. We shouldn't be using the same tools to get to the end objective, because the end objective is different. And I would disagree. You use a hammer to build a house, you use a hammer to build a school. They're two different buildings for two different objectives, but the tool is still the same. Okay, so under our form-based zones, we do anticipate looking at this broader area, the broader village, from the railroad tracks up to just the northern part of this particular applicant's property for potential future form base. When we do that, and if we do that, if the Planning Commission and County Commission is successful and happy to do so, I should say that, it doesn't compel anyone who lives in that area to become part of the form-based zone. It's when they're ready for a different use of their property, they get to choose that. Now, you guys will look at the broader area in a different meeting. Hopefully your next work session, you'll look at a draft form-based street regulating. But I've got a very minor version of a street regulating plan here in this presentation that I'll show you as it applies to the applicant's property. Let's say, for example, we go forward and the form-based regulating plan doesn't get adopted and applied to the area. What does that mean for this project? Well, this project gets a development agreement that has a lot of regulations that look like form-based development regulations, and it goes on in perpetuity or until that development agreement expires. And then the rest of the community, we figure out a different way to develop in the same vein that the plan suggests that we should develop. Sorry, development standards. So design theme. The applicant has looked at our form-based regulating plan for the Ogden Valley and said, man, what you have done in the Newtown Eden area, the design theme for that area is really close to what I'm looking to do. And if you look through his submittal documents, and I'll show you a few pictures of that, it's actually not too far from the case. So design theme, we're talking about agricultural or agrarian design. I started out in architecture school, moved over to urban planning. I don't remember that being a specific architectural style, but we all know what agricultural means, and we all know what that design appears to be. So we tried to distill that down into these 5 or 6 different requirements. So under the design theme, either a gable roof, 612 or greater slope, a gambrel roof, or a monitor roof. Those are specific architectural terms. One of the things that the code says right before this chapter is all buildings have to be designed by an architect and essentially signed off by an architect. So we'll check for that licensure before we accept anything. Unattached shed roof of 412 greater slope that is not attached to the main roof, clerestory or cupola or gable style dormer windows. So choose at least 2 of the following four options, essentially is how that will work. And that's each building designed to that kind of standard. The building form, now form-based zoning. This is the building form. This is really where the meat is in designing the community. A building street facade shall be designed to have a base, a body, and a varying roof line, each of varying design features and building materials, varying building materials. Roof lines shall be broken every 50 feet with no less than 12-inch shift between roof lines. So instead of having monotonous horizontal lines that go on forever, you've got some kind of a shift. Maybe you've got a clerestory that shifts the building. Clerestory, clerestory means clear story. Where you've got maybe a gable roof that comes up here, and then you've got some vertical walls where you've got windows that give an upper level attic space, or higher story windows that illuminate the floor before. And then above that, you might have another gable on top of it. So that's kind of the idea. Shift those roof lines a little bit, so we're not just looking at a flat plane. Building massing, so that's the roof line. Okay, so building massing, the wall facade shall be broken at least every 40 feet with no less than a 6-inch shift at the plane of adjacent walls. Each street facing facade shall be designed and constructed to have a building base body and varying roof line, and have varying building materials as well. So that way, when you're looking at your vertical walls, you've got a little bit of staggering going on, at least a 6-inch stagger. Now, it's not a ton when you think about 6 inches when you're standing from pretty far away, but when you're designing a building that is required to have that stagger, you're going to see some transition of building material or transition of style. So you'll have a variety of interesting buildings to look at, and not just the glorified Walmart appearance, right? Building material, building facade walls shall be finished with no less than 2 diverse types of material. The primary building material shall be wood siding or similar appearing siding, and at least one of the building materials used on the building facade shall be used on all other sides of the building. Now, these are design standards applicable to commercial buildings. We're not applying these to, commercial buildings, as well as, it's actually, let me back that up a little bit. All buildings except for single-family residential buildings. Single-family residential buildings, if the applicant chose to do any of that, isn't required to follow these same standards. And then colors, just muted earth tone colors. No more than 70% of the building's facade shall be white. Now, that was very specific in the Ogden Valley. I'm not entirely certain why they didn't love white buildings. Funny thing is, they've got a big white barn that attracts a lot of attention out there, and it's beautiful. So I don't know if you guys would prescribe the same idea here, but is what it is. And then examples. Let's look at some examples. Let's architectural styling. This is actually the Rose Compass Lodge, and this is in Huntsville. This is at the just adjacent to the park. Really big deal because it's the first hotel that went up there, and just look at the styling of it. I mean, they've got a silo, or tribute to a silo. They've got the barn look. They've got the clerestory on the top. They did a really great job. Here's another barn style. Now, looking at that roof line, we're saying break that roof line up every 50 feet, so you put a cupola. Some other ideas of architectural stylings, just different building types based on different contexts. Now, these aren't mandatory, but the style of them would be. So here's some things that the applicant has proposed. Now, a little hard to see. You could see it if you flip back to some of the pages in the back of your staff report. Some of these are single family homes, but you've got others that are the agrarian style that aren't single family homes. The agricultural styling of white buildings with black trim is another thing that's actually emerging in a really trendy way to do it. You open Pinterest, you'll find a whole bunch of those if you use Pinterest. Firefighting and public safety. So from a rezone perspective, a lot of this is, can we get, from a developer's perspective, can we get where we want to be in order to get the lending and the funding that we need to? Our lenders will not give it to us until we get the reason. So there are some things you'll see in here that just, they're not going to be applicable until we get past the rezone and to some kind of a actual development subdivision building. Firefighting and public safety is a checkbox that's going to happen. The fire chief and EMS and all that, they do take a good look at this. They'll take a good look at every project. This project is not large enough, especially where we're only talking about 4 acres of commercial property, for them to get involved in the development agreement process. But they will be made aware before a development agreement is final. We already know what their answer is going to be. As long as the buildings are not over a certain height, they don't need a ladder truck, then they'll be fine. Or if they need a ladder truck, we work that out with the applicant, as well as with maybe some interlocal agreements. Culinary, secondary, and water and sanitary sewer capabilities. So the applicant will need to bring sewer to this area. And he's already aware of that. And then culinary water will be provided by Taylor West Weaver. And secondary water is a little bit of a question still. There are questions about that for the adjacent properties as well. So that will have to be worked out. We do know our existing ordinances say that if the culinary water provider demands secondary water be supplied, then secondary water needs to be supplied. So stay tuned on that subject. Street design and street connectivity and transportation. Let's go into that, because your form base is, what do the buildings look like? The rest of your form base zone is, what does the street look like? What are we really concerned about what happens behind the walls, as long as what's happening outside is not affecting the rest of us or is designed in a well organized manner? Okay. So I've got a little zoom in or a close up of a street regulating plan as it might be applied to the property. Now, technically, the only part of this that's going to be applied to the property is a little bit along 4700 West, going north and south, a little bit along 4600 West, which is a street that does not currently exist, but should, and a lot along 900 South. Okay, 900 South will need to be constructed to a standard that supports 45-degree angle parking, street trees, large sidewalks, etc. I'll show you each of those. It's not inexpensive to do these kinds of improvements, and each landowner will be expected to provide these types of improvements as they choose to upgrade their properties to these kinds of uses. Along 4700 West and 4600, we would probably ask for these kinds of improvements just to occur, just bounding where those commercial properties are. Once you get into that green area, the open space area, or where the O1 rezone will be, we wouldn't expect the applicant to provide these kinds of. At some point in time, if we're looking at street widening or trail expansion and whatnot, because the applicant is volunteering open space for the public, it would probably be an impact fee expense as opposed to an applicant expense here. Okay. This is the typical village cross section, already adopted, already part of your code, applicable in the form-based zone. Let's go through each of the components of your streets. 14-foot wide sidewalk. That 14-foot wide sidewalk, that is wide enough for several people to pass each other going in the opposite directions, as well as street dining, as well as street shopping. You want to roll a rack with some apparel out there and have some things for sale. What you need in a village in order for your businesses to be successful is something interesting at your street, on your street level. So providing enough space for that to occur is great. One of my criticisms of one of the best streets, one of the best and greatest award-winning streets in Utah is 25th Street. But the sidewalks are not quite wide enough to accommodate a street performer and street dining and street shopping and have people moving at the same time. So you need enough space here. Next is a tree lane. You got to have trees, especially in 105-degree weather or whatever the temperature is going to be in 20 years from now. So you need to have that shade. That shade will help reduce the urban heat island effect. And if we're allowing buildings to be setback 0, then you're missing a lot of that vegetation that would otherwise occur in that setback. You need that to be in your street right-of-way area. A bike lane. Now, I got to look at 900 a little bit closer as it crosses the county. This might not be the right street for a bike lane. If you don't do a bike lane on 900 South, you would have shared bike lanes in the street. Now, as vehicles come back and forth, they approach this downtown or this village area. Again, we're only talking about 2 or 3 blocks. It's not that big of an area. And the speed limit in those areas would reduce. I'm not sure what it is on 900 now. It's probably 25. We'd probably keep it at about 25, even as that area expands and grows, just to keep traffic moving slowly through this area. Bumper buffer, if you've got 45-degree angle parking, you need a little bit of space for those trucks to pull in and not hit that cyclist in the bike lane. So give them a little bit of space there. Curb gutter, sidewalk, 18-foot street parking. In my opinion, 18 feet is excessive, but our engineers asked for that because in this area, we got folks with big trucks, and big trucks tend to be 20 feet plus when you got the hitch on it. And so you want to make sure you've got a 45-degree angle. When you pull that front tire into the gutter pan, your hitch is well out of the travel lane. Plus, it gives you just a little bit more space in that 12-foot travel lane. This is probably a lot closer to what 900 would look like in the future. 4700 would be a little bit different. We definitely need a center turn lane on 4700. And so when you look at, let me go back a little bit. What's the width? This is a 60-foot half width I mentioned. And so total width of that right of way from building front on one side to a future building front on the other side is 120 feet. Except for on 4700, add at least 12 extra feet in there because we're going to need those turn lanes. You need to create your commercial villages to be pedestrian friendly. You also need to create them to be truck friendly. How do you make sure you have an area that can accommodate truck delivery to traffic as well as let grandma cross the road at a reasonable pace without being mowed down when the light turns green? So one thing that we're looking at here, you can put your bulb outs. So you get your big 45-degree angle parking, and then you get your bulb outs that go out to that vehicle lane, or at least to the right-hand turn lane. Your radiuses around your bulb outs are actually quite broad. So a truck can take that, a truck even with a pup can take that without hitting any of those bollards. I'm not suggesting the bollards need to happen, but they're kind of a nice touch to keep people up and off of the pedestrian way. And so it's got to be designed to accommodate both, but the emphasis is going to be on pedestrian priority, at least on 900 South. Trails, trail connectivity, parks and recreation. We already talked a little bit about parks and recreation, lots of area being preserved for the O1 zone. Now, in the initial, most of that's going to be agritourism. The applicant would like to keep most of that property in his own ownership and use it for a agritourism venture where he has agricultural operations on site. Agritourism allows for teaching agricultural classes. It allows amenities like corn mazes, allows pumpkin, you pick it, pumpkin patches, that kind of stuff. And so you all are aware of a few of the agritourism operations that are happening out west. They get really exciting right around Halloween. It just seems to be what happens around harvest time when the fields are a little more clear. As you can see here, right along the front and along the front of the 2 sides on 4700 and 4600, it would be mixed use commercial. So even though we're saying, all right, let's give them the C1, that's kind of a placeholder. What we're really saying is let's give them form base and let's give them that mixed use commercial just for that 4-acre parcel there. Will that expand to other area in the future? Hopefully. As other landowners choose to do so, or as the applicant may have other properties to do that. But right now, we're only talking about 4 acres of commercial space and then a bunch of open space. Let's talk about parks. The applicant's property is right in the center of that circle. That's a half-mile circle, half-mile radius. The park district says that they want a 5-acre community park every half mile. So you can see how that extends to the east almost to 4100 west, and it extends to the west almost to 5100 west there. That's as the crow flies. Now, I think the park district would argue that it needs to be within half mile of a kid walking, especially if you don't have good street connectivity. But in this particular case, I just gave you a buffer so you can see what half a mile is. In this particular area, there is not a park that the park district has, nor am I aware that they're targeting property. And so it'd be a critical time for us to look at this. Any other developer who moves into this area, or should this developer have other property that they want to develop, If this park is already being preserved, they can then, at least if the park land is being preserved, they can then start putting money into building that park. The applicant has proposed for at least 1 acre in the very beginning to be a park. There will be a playground and a pavilion, at least in that park, with a parking area. And that'll share a little bit of space with the parking area for their commercial operation. So you'll have the commercial operation around along 900 and then about 1 acre behind, just enough space for a little tot lot. If the park district doesn't want that small of an area in the front end, the applicant's more than happy to keep it in his ownership and to actually he was going to transfer it to his nonprofit organization. What we would want to do from a county perspective is put an easement on the property to say it's open and accessible to the public. Applicant would bear a little bit of responsibility and liability and providing operations and maintenance, but that's, in my opinion, good because that gives the applicant a little motivation in the future to when he's ready to give up the other 4 acres to the park district to transfer it over. And at that point, it would be a full 5 acres, so the park district would probably be more inclined to take it. Let's talk about trails. We got 2 different trail styles that are in our general plan. One is street adjacent trails. You already talked about 1600 south over on the where Steve's previous project was. This is what we would envision being trail adjacent. You got your street, you've got swales if you can fit swales or if the water table allows swales to go in. If not swales, you've got park strip. And then you've got a big 10-foot wide pathway. Now, right now, our county engineer wants concrete pathways. At some point in time, I hope that we have enough pathways that we get a critical mass that we're actually budgeting to build something that's just a little bit less expensive than concrete pathways, because I don't know that everybody in the world can afford a 10-foot wide concrete pathway. This looks to me like it's got 2 concrete ribbons on either side of the pathway with asphalt in between. I think the engineer will probably continue to ask for 10 feet wide concrete until we're at that point in the future. This is a little bit in between lots or in between developments. This is an image not adjacent to a street. And one of the biggest concerns that has been expressed about these kind of pathways going between lots or behind lots is too narrow. You just got a narrow corridor where all the kids are going to spray paint and do terrible things. We're not asking for a 10-foot wide corridor. We're asking for a 30-foot wide corridor with a 10-foot wide pathway in it. That gives a lot of width for people to look right down into where that pathway is. Okay, that's trail connectivity, dark sky. One thing that I failed to mention in the staff report is our general plan says if you're going to allow development out here, make it dark sky. That's going to be one of the very first things you're going to see in the updated ordinance, that along with lot width. And those 2 things are going to be in the proposal you see in about a month from now to get things in compliance. We've already got the dark sky ordinance in place. It's just a matter of saying it now applies to these properties. Last thing on that list is, hang on, dark sky. Dark sky is super easy to comply with. Some people are concerned it's going to cause the costs of their development to go up. It won't. And dark sky isn't applicable to existing homes either, at least not in the Ogden Valley. In the Ogden Valley, they do have an amortization for dark sky for commercial buildings. Fortunately, out west, we don't have very many commercial buildings. So when you're looking at dark sky, you know it complies if you cannot see the light bulb, but you could see the light that the light bulb is producing. That's it, super easy. The graphic on the right, you can see 2 different columns. One's fully shielded, one's unshielded. Fully shielded means the light's not going out into this space. Dark sky might be a little bit of a misnomer. Some people may say, well, we've already lost our dark sky because Ogden's too bright. Maybe you look at it a little bit differently as neighbor friendly lighting, because if you're not protecting the dark sky, you're at the very least allowing your neighbor who works the night shift to sleep without having to have blackout shades on his windows. Okay. You can still buy the same lighting devices that are dark sky compliant. So these 2 columns show you almost the exact same lighting device with full cutoff shielding on them. You can also, with dark sky, you could get your lighting devices. Some people, like to have their big front porches with kind of a chandelier that hangs down and kind of a carriage style light. If you've got the front what's that? What's the structural, a front beam that goes around your porch that hides that carriage light from off property, you're still in compliance. So you could use architectural design of buildings. You could use a hedge or a fence to help with your full cutoff, so you're not bothering your neighbor with your direct line. And then development agreement, the only way we make any of this stick is with the development agreement, because we don't have the ordinances yet. We will. And one thing I would suggest, if you guys are comfortable moving this forward tonight, is we have a development agreement that says until the county has created a street regulating plan, a form-based village plan for this area and adopted it, this development agreement applies. At the point that we have created it, development agreement expires and the street regulating plan prevents. So make it super simple, and the applicant just seamlessly eases right into that street regulating plan. I imagine creating a street regulating plan that is workable for the community and for the existing neighbors, it's going to take some time to do. And so I think we're going to have some missed opportunities if we don't allow some of these landowners to move forward under this same vein, because it's what the general plan calls for, if we're waiting for all the neighbors to have exactly what they want for their street frontage as well. And so we allow some people to move forward while we continue to work with the neighbors in creating a street regulating plan that works for everyone. So considerations, these last couple of slides, just what can you do, what can't you do? You've got ordinances that say what you need to do for rezones, what you don't need to do. Follow the general plan is the strong recommendation, but there's also a question of timing. Is it the right time? Is it the right place? Sometimes it's not. And you got to ask yourselves whether or not this is the right time or right place. I've offered a recommendation for approval. In the beginning, I was a little on the fence about recommending approval because it would be really nice to have that street regulating plan that's been vetted through the public in place before we do anything. It's just a little bit less that we have to worry about in the future, and a little bit less double work. And working with the applicant, knowing that he's willing to reserve 19 acres in the O1 zone for the time being in exchange for moving forward, I think this is a great time to do it. I think once you get your street regulating plan in place, you're not going to get 19 acres of O1 zone. You're going to get 5 maximum. So checking for compatibility with the general plan, community vision, goals and principles, timing consideration. The applicant has asked to not be tabled. He's fine with the denial if you're not in favor of this. He wants to get this in front of the county commission. He's got some time limitations there. He wants the county commission to be able to make a decision, thumbs up or thumbs down, so he knows what to do with the time limitations and the other constraints that he's on. That said, you can approve with changes. When I say approve, recommend approval with any changes, or you could recommend denial. Just to recap on, let's see. You guys have to step forward. There's a few conditions in there. If you look at those conditions, it's nothing. They pale in comparison to some of the conditions I put on. Think back to the movie studio. I think we had 30-something conditions on that one because there was so much to that that we just didn't have ready or in place. This particular one, I think we've got enough in place and ready that we can move forward on it. But if you guys aren't quite comfortable because we don't have that last key critical thing, then applicants ask for a recommendation for denial in that case. But I think overall he would be thrilled if you recommended approval. Any questions for me?
I have one quick one, Chair, is that okay? Chair, just to make sure on the recommendations that you have, I know we discussed it earlier in the pre-meeting, is the 23 instead of 12 lots
Yes.
the only change?
Yeah, so residential units. So I recommend actually 2 changes, I think a couple of tweaks. One is add dark sky considerations. We already would have, but it'd be nice if the county commission, they probably want to hear you guys in favor of that if you're okay with that. And then, yeah, we were saying 12 residential units because he's giving up so much A1 zone in favor of O1. The amount of development rights he could have otherwise gotten out of that could be preserved by allowing him to get 23. And so changing 12 to 23.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
So how do we do that without a TDR ordinance?
The cool thing is what we're doing here is we're making the rules. And so, I mean, same thing with making zones, making new ordinances. Those just tend to apply to every property. In this particular case, we're making the rules unique to this property.
So what happened between our meeting, our work session last week where the applicant was willing to work through this code with us so we could put the code in place prior to the rezone, and now we're seeing it as a rezone?
I don't know all the details. All I know is the next day I got an email that said, you know what, let's get this on the agenda and let's move forward, because he's got some time constraints he mentioned. I don't know what those are.
I'm sorry. I think you've done a phenomenal job reading through. We've got an awesome draft code here. I don't think we're far from that form-based code. I mean, reading through it, personally, I'd like to see a couple tweaks in some of the permitted and non-permitted and a couple of things like that. But I mean, what's in your staff report? I mean, the code's here dang near.
Yeah.
But with that, the good thing with putting the code first is the public gets to vet it.
Yeah.
When we put it to a development agreement, that's between planning staff and the applicant. The public doesn't get to weigh in on that portion of that.
It's true.
And, the public weighed in on this coming in the general plan. I think we're doing a disservice to the public to not allow them to weigh in on
The development agreement.
not even the development agreement. I mean, it's the code.
Right.
And, I guess they
The
would have a
rules.
chance.
Yeah.
Typically when a rezone comes in and it's associated with a development agreement, and I'm going to refer back to JDC Ranch, we got a chance to look at the development agreement before it moved on.
Right.
And we don't have that here.
Yeah.
So we don't know what we're approving in a development agreement because we ain't seen it.
Yeah, I'll go back to JDC was a little bit different. The applicant asked for you guys to look at the development agreement. Normally, we don't ask you guys to look at the development agreement. And that's not because we don't want you to see it. We want you guys to focus on good planning principles. It's one of the reasons why whenever you see a recommendation on a rezone from me, you've got so many conditions of approval. Technically, conditions of approval are what's where I'm looking for it, inconsequential. What I want in showing you those conditions of approval is I want to show you what the good planning practices are going to be going into that development agreement. We take those, we pick them up, and we put them into, when we write a development agreement, we got whereas, bunch of definitions, and then we got development standards. It's just kind of a blank slate until you guys know what you want in those development standards. And then we got another section underneath that says what force majeure means. And I don't want you guys to say, well, an act of God also includes these things. That just tends to be something that the attorneys and the county commission needs to work.
And I don't disagree, but if we're going to approve something and we want to see, our job is looking at densities and the feel of, how it's cohesive to all the neighbors and everything else. That's where I think we should have a chance to look at. I mean, that's what, I feel our role is. And
Yeah,
I feel that
point well taken. I also wanted to make sure it's clear to you guys. I don't know if it was clear in the staff report. The attaching the ordinance, there are some language tweaks that we'll need to make because there's a whole bunch of other street regulating codes that don't apply to this property at all, even if it expands further, like single family residential. So those would all be deleted, but everything else in that code that is attached there will be part of that development agreement. So it's almost as if we're just adopting the code as it applies to this property.
Yeah. So to revert back to something that was said earlier and help me state it right. So when they're in here asking for a rezone, they're not entitled to a rezone.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. Not entitled.
So it's a public process at that point, which we're having tonight.
That's right.
So
Public hearings, public discourse, that's all going to be really important. And one of the words that the attorneys like to tell us that we can't listen to public clamor, that's only applicable to administrative items. Public clamor is important. And the word clamor is kind of derogatory. It's public investment. And so hearing from the public is going to be important as well.
Commissioners, anything else?
Charlie, would you explain the 19 acres one more time?
Yeah, so the total property is 23 acres. The applicant is asking for 4 acres to be commercial. The other 19 is 01 open space. And that's something that the staff asked the applicant to do.
And if we decline?
If the county declines for the 01, or if the county declines the whole proposal.
The whole thing?
Good question. So
I'm asking where the 19 would.
Okay, so if we wait and do a street regulating plan for the entire community, chances are, because we're dotting the i's and crossing the t's and making rules that are applicable to a whole bunch of other properties, we're just going to look to what the park district wants in terms of acreage for park, which they've already told us is 5 acres for a community park. And so instead of getting an O1 open space area for 19 acres, you might get O1 open space park for 5 acres. The other acreage, well, you can see on the, hang on, let me go back. You could see on the future land use map. Forgive me.
You got a lot of slides, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm just getting a workout. Come on. Oh no, my computer froze. On the future land use map on the
You were moving
north
too
side of the property, you've got a little bit more commercial and a little bit more multifamily. And so let's say the applicant chose to wait until a street regulating plan is adopted for the entire community. What I think that is likely to turn into is he gets the commercial street frontage that he's asking for with a little bit of residential density assigned to it. He gets, or is obligated to gift over a 5-acre park to the park district. So it's 4 acres, that's 9 total. So then there was the remainder, 14 acres. Then there's 14 more acres in the back. Some of that his house is currently on, that he would have the opportunity to develop some other way. And so if you waited until we went through that process, chances are you'd see less permanently preserved open space. Whereas the applicant is saying, if you can get me through the process a little faster, here's the amount of space that I'm willing to offer. As zoned O1, sorry.
Can I build on that question? Just going back. So it's in 3 parcels right now. You got a 19.1 acre parcel, a 2.42 acre parcel, and a 1.99 acre parcel where the current house is. Can you explain to me why we're looking at the 1.99 acres as part of the open space where essentially it's a residential lot?
We don't need to. It was just something that I thought would be a good contribution to the community. That home would be able to stay that way as a home for quite some time until the applicant chose to abandon it and use it for something else. But if he did abandon it and use it for something else and it's in the O1 zone, the change of use would have to comply with the O1 zone, and there's not a whole lot that's allowed in the O1 zone. Agriculture, parks, golf course.
So essentially it's non-conforming till change of use, and then it has to become conforming.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
So just an extra benefit, I think, offering to the community. And this is dead, so sorry.
So I just have a statement, maybe following up with both your commissioners' statements. I agree with Commissioner Edwards' concerns as far as process, and I like to see the community be able to have a voice. So I am compelled to words there. However, I've said this before, and it's maybe an unpopular statement. I feel like we ask the public to be a little fluid or forgiving with us, to work with us, and so I feel like we should be able to do the same. So I hate to see things turned down or pushed away just because we haven't had the time or the ability to change code to agree with our general plan. So I want us to take that into consideration, that again, general plan's fluid. We're wanting to work on code, but we should be working with our community as well to case by case basis until we get those things figured out. That's just my opinion.
And I can agree with that statement, but we're looking at commercial, and we don't have it spelled out what the uses could be in there to be cohesive with the community. I get, we have a draft ordinance here, but we're not looking at that. Basically, it's here as a draft, but that doesn't apply to this right now.
No. You have the opportunity. That's why I attached it. That is what is coming with this proposal. And so anything in that draft that you don't like, pull out, because my intention is to use at least all of the applicable portions of that draft to put in the development agreement.
Good to know.
Sorry, I should have put that maybe in the findings or maybe conditions. I apologize. I thought that was a little more clear. I apologize.
Okay.
And we can go through any portion of that draft if you want to. I know it's a lot there, but I got time.
Well, in the interest of everybody else's time, I don't want to go NPC, NNP.
But-
that takes a lot of time to go through that.
But to be honest with you, I would like to have seen this in a work session first.
Yeah.
I really would have, because I'd like to understand it better. So, having said that, commissioners, anything else? All right, thanks, Charlie.
You bet.
Does the applicant want to speak?
Brad Blanch, West Weaver, Charlie, thank you. I agree with everything that you said and that you went through. This proposal is no different really than what we've been working on for 6+ years now. So I sold is probably a gracious word, but I sold the residential lots in phase 1 and phase 2 to a developer to finish that up and build the houses, et cetera. And I retained the open space and the private right of ways, the water, et cetera. Phase 2, the benefit, if we use the new general plan and take the time to do the form-based zone over top of that, the probability is pretty close to 100% that what was supposed to be phase 2, I intend to put back exactly the way it was, which is essentially 1/4 and 1/3 acre lots. The new zone goes down to 3,000 foot lots. And so you're going to get a ton more density right there than what I've proposed. In the open space, we've always had the intent of 20 or so acres to do an agritourism type operation. And sometimes agritourism is kind of a misnomer. It's meant to be open space. Dina and I are willing to give the community a park. If they don't want a park, we don't really care. We're still putting a park there. So it's been part of our plan from the very, very beginning. And so we think that we're conforming to the form-based plan. I believe that if you ask the question, why aren't we bumping through this? Well, because we could get to next month and you evaluate the form-based code, which is logical. Let's take another month. Let's take another month. I don't have the luxury of time right now. So if you want to go that route, that's fine. I'll go the form-based route. But that 23 acres, you're likely to see cut up in town to townhomes. There won't be a park. There won't be open space. You'll have townhomes and 3,000 square foot lots in my view. So that's why. And we're hopeful to move forward. But if that's not what the community wants, I think there's a lot of adverse nature to that community that thinks not in my home and there's not going to be any growth in my neighborhood. I think that they should look up and realize what's coming. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll ask for a motion to open a public hearing.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now in public hearing. Anyone from the public wanting to hear, please come to the podium, give your name and where you reside. Okay.
I can't pass this one on. Scott Conley, I'm within that half-mile radius. And Charlie, you must have worked for Foot Locker in your prior life because I was ready to break out my credit card and buy a $300 pair of shoes.
I gotta grab my feet, I'll tell you right now.
Good. I think what you're seeing right here and what Mr. Blanch kind of set out is, do it or else. I don't like that.
Can you speak into the microphone for minutes, please?
Yeah. Okay.
Small mic.
I thought I was talking loud enough to where you picked me up. But anyway, I think what you're seeing here is kind of what you've seen in West Haven. To where they start breaking apart parcels of ground to where they get divided up and say, this is the plan for section A, this is a plan for section B, and this is for section C. You can see the issues that created over there, because then it comes back into developer A decides he's not going to do that. He don't want to do that, just as Mr. Blanch just said. He'll sell it and you'll see something else come in there that you may not like. The years of law enforcement that I spent, I don't like high density, communities. I know it's coming. I'm realistic enough to know that environment out there is changing, and it's gonna change, daily for, years to come. All the influx of population that we're getting here, is gonna create change. And I know that's coming, but, you guys have said some things here. You're kind of the stewards to get the best direction and the best idea of, what's best for the community. I may not like it, they may not like it, but what's for the best, the betterment. And that kind of comes back to quality of life issues. Kind of give you a little innuendo of that. Being the lieutenant over the crime reduction unit, and we're working in an area and it's a high burglary area. And we went up there and canvassed the area and said to the community, what can we do to change this environment up here for you to be better? They didn't give a damn about the burglaries. They wanted the damn boat trailer that was down on the sidewalk that they hit their knee on, moved to where it changed their quality of life. So what you're speaking about here, this whole thing is, the other thing I didn't like about it was he's making the plans, he's making the rules. It's our rules, and this is what we're going to do. It can't be like that. You are the overseers of it. It has to be, you allow us as the public to come forward and say, that ain't going to work for us. We understand something needs to happen, but that ain't going to work. So I would take upon yourself, if a lot of you live out there, I know a lot of you personally, what's best for the community. If we start changing it to high density, yep, crime rate's going to come, graffiti's going to come, everything's going to take place. But what can we do best for the community out there at this time? And I don't think breaking it into a small parcel and saying, this is what it is, and somebody's selling stuff out on the street, I hope they bring their mosquito nets to protect themselves. It ain't gonna work, and that's my 2 cents. So I think it needs to be tabled or denied.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Robert Roberts. I live at 4517 West, 900 South. I live directly across the street from phase 2 of this development. I did have some questions regarding traffic, water drainage, but Mr. Blanche pretty much just threatened the community. And I don't even know what to say at this point in time. You own property, he went out of his way to invest his money that he worked hard for. And an individual does have the right to do what they want with their property. And I'm not against development by any means, but when I just heard someone say, you either do this or we're putting in townhomes, that's just wrong on every sense of the word. So I guess if you don't approve it, I get townhomes, right? That's what's going to happen? Apparently so. But my serious questions were, and you talked a little bit about road improvements, and that plan is not done yet. I live on 900 South. If you've ever driven west of West Weaver Elementary School, where my kids went to school, it's a small road. It's got ditches on each side. Those ditches are there for a purpose. So what's the plan for that road and improving that road? And how is it going to impact my lot as well as the 5 other people? Only 5 people on lots, on homes, 6 of us total. How is that going to adversely affect us? Are we going to lose part of our frontage? Are you going to take away our irrigation ditches? As it stands now, the equalization ditch on the north side of 900 South, which comes from my property, equalizes over there, has been blocked. And I'm getting water backing into my ditches that I've never had in the 20 years that I lived there. So the roads, the drainage, which Mr. Connolly has mentioned is a serious problem out there. And then the time frame of the subdivision across from me started 3 years ago. 3 years. It's not even, maybe I would say 40%, 40% completed. So where's the faith that the community has, that this can be done in a timely fashion with quality construction companies doing the work? Where is the confidence that as a neighbor, I have that this is going to get done? Because it's been a train wreck living across the street. I mowed my yard. This is funnier than hell. I mowed my yard this June. Dust was pouring out of my lawnmower, not because the timer went off, but because all of the dust from the subdivision was landing on my house. It's just a train wreck. So besides the threat that has thrown me off guard, road construction, road improvement, water drainage, and also timeframe constraints. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Commissioners, my name is Adam Darby. However, I'm an executor in a estate over out in West Warren. Two things that I noticed when this gentleman was talking to y'all. Number one, you're the go-to. Things need to be approved by you. I don't appreciate a landowner coming into a community and making a threat for whatever reasons. You either approve this or you don't. This is the actions. That I don't appreciate in a community that I will be living in. I don't feel safe. Because like this lieutenant stated, a population density. I already deal with that. I live in an apartment complex. I don't appreciate the quality of people coming in. He wants you guys to move forward. I firmly believe that a compromise needs to take place. I can understand time constraints, hell, as in the military. You got a certain amount of time to get something up. But you're here to help facilitate the growth of a community. Not do as I say, not as I do. Another thing is too that I don't agree with, shoving something down my community's throat. As he stated, they're getting a park whether they want it or not. When does the community get a say in this? What does the community have to say about this whole thing? Commissioners, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, and I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Commissioners, I'll ask for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are now out of public hearing. Dialogue.
I want to hear Mr. Andriotti's thoughts.
I don't have any comment. Getting it sorted out.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you. I don't know how to put it into words, so. But. I appreciate the comments that was made from the public. I feel the same way with them, so I appreciate the comments.
I think one of the things we all have to realize is water to the property, the farming property, the runoff water, the rainwater, the road. That's not us. But I look like a road engineer. So those issues are handled by an entity in Weber County called engineer. And so, sure, there's going to be more traffic. There's going to be more people, and I know it's an issue because I used to be able to drive up 12th Street from 5900. I live on 300 north and pass two cars going to work. today, one day I passed 73 going west. So the engineering is the people that do it. You ask me how many cars is too many? I wouldn't know. I'm not an engineer. All I know is I'm a user. And it's the same way with the water. We have a little farm over in Warren. We have concerns with development. Sometimes it don't go your way, but we're still doing it. Same thing with draining. We start piping ditches. What happens to the groundwater that's in the fields? Anybody worry about that? I have a worry about it, but that's what the engineers do. So I just want to let you know that we have those concerns, but we're not the people that decide what the road's going to look like, how wide it needs to be.
Excuse me, Commissioner, will you please put your microphone closer?
Oh, my gosh.
We'll get him learned one of these days.
Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say, there's different entities in the county. There's a fire. Okay. And there's the engineering departments. All these are involved in every one of these developments that comes in. We worry about the paper, what we get. And so I think it's great to voice those issues, but the thing of it is we up here do not, we're not the ones that decide that. And I just want the group to know that. I don't know whether that helps or not, but that's just the way it is.
Well, as we went through the general plan process too, and even previous to that, the state has put out a great deal of legislation about housing, low cost housing, higher density is lower cost housing. Accessory dwelling units, so I guess to that point, we're almost mandated, and I guess I'll just say we are mandated to come up with some sort of a plan to deal with that as well. And when I say we, I mean everyone. It's a public process, but it has to happen because it's mandated by the state, because we have populations that can't afford what we see that is generally available in Western Weber County right now. So when you take into consideration all of the items that we kind of have to keep track of, it makes the decision-making process quite clouded. I'm not looking for anybody's sympathy. I'm here because I asked to be here. What I'm saying is there's a lot to it that is not necessarily generally known out in the public. And it's great to see a huge crowd like we have here tonight. And I'm happy to see you here. And I'm happy to listen to what you have to say, because we went through the whole general plan process and we didn't have this many people in all of the meetings combined. So I am very, very pleased to see a group of people concerned enough to come out and participate in the process. But it is a difficult process. And I guess that's kind of just, the crux of my point is that there's a lot of other things. There's a lot of things that are right on the end of our nose that we can see just like you can. And then there's a lot of other things that are mandated to us that we have to deal with as well. These kind of communities, like them or don't like them, and I'm not giving my opinion, but it is what is going to shape the future of Western Weber County and the municipalities that are in Western Weber County and all of Weber County for that matter. And, and I realize you folks all realize that growth is coming whether we want it or not. So I'm glad to hear that in your comments, but it is a difficult process, and it's one that none of us up here, at least, and staff and even your commissioners, your elected commissioners, take lightly. So I want everybody to know that.
Chair, I have a follow-up question. So in the beginning, we heard so I was absent the last meeting and when this was discussed in the work session, and we heard that there was some discussion that was agreed upon within that work session that didn't follow through with. And then I've heard that we would like to hear it through another work session. Do you all of you feel that if we was to table this topic, that we would be able to accomplish something in another work session? Or do you feel like it would just go back to what was finalized last time and we'd be back to the same point?
I think tabling it's our only option. In the work session last time, we had a conceptual. We didn't have essentially this ordinance. Excuse me. Not necessarily, I guess I shouldn't call it an ordinance, but this draft here. We have that now, Charlie did a really good job of explaining what the parts of it and everything else. But I think tabling this is our only option to whether we go through and we draft through this ordinance or we, look at what we're going to get, because I agree with Commissioner Andriotti's, engineering looks at a lot of that stuff, but some of these newer street designs and stuff like that, I feel we as a planning commission have a lot of weigh in on that to say, and I really like what Charlie's proposed. I've liked it for a long time. Engineering doesn't like that. Engineering doesn't like Charlie's trail streetscape that he's got there. I think it's great. I think it fits our community. I think it keeps a rural feel to our ever-changing and growing area. And so, I think there's some stuff that I disagree engineering should have all those purse strings, I guess you should say, when it comes to that, because as it was mentioned in a couple comments here, we are the ones that live out there and we are the ones that it affects on a daily basis. So my only vote in this is tabling it right now, to try and work through some of these issues, just like I brought up before, and on the previous one. There's too many things out there, too many unknowns that I feel comfortable with this moving forward under what we've seen.
Thank you. Commissioners, anyone else?
Gosh, thanks. No, it's all good because this is a process. This is what this is all about right here, what you're seeing, and you're participating in that. So good enough. I'm good with it.
Commissioner McCormick? Okay. All right. Okay, I'll ask for a motion on this.
I'll make a motion. So I motion that we table the item, let's see here. ZMA 2022-02, so that we can have a further discussion through a work session.
Does have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Commissioner McCormick. Commissioner Neville.
Aye.
Commissioner Edwards.
Aye.
Commissioner Clontz.
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes unanimously. We'll table this item. Or there's nothing conditioned, so we'll table this to a work session. Thank you. Okay. Next item on our agenda. If I can find my agenda. Yeah, you better. Oh, I got it. Okay. On our agenda is item number 5.4 ZMA 2022-01, public hearing to consider a request for approval of a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 10 acres located at approximately 4530 west, 2200 south from A1 to RE15.
I had to charge up over there. I'm not as chatty as Charlie. And we may have run out
Thank
my
you.
battery a little bit.
Totally kidding.
Got a lot of ground still to cover tonight. I don't get this. Give you all the compliments.
Commissioners, you've already received the staff report. You may see a couple of additional items in the presentation, just because things have come up in recent conversations since these staff reports have been submitted to you. As is stated in the staff report, this is a request for a rezone of 10 acres from A1 to RE15. This property is located immediately adjacent to the new high school out there off of 4300 West. This is just kind of an overview. Here's your existing zoning map. And they are proposing RE15 zoning, which consists of about 15,000 square foot lots versus the current 40,000 square foot lots. As you know, and as has been stated with every rezone application that's come before this one, planning staff is not, we don't advocate one way or the other. We're simply tasked with ensuring that these applications that come before you, we just check to see if they conform with the general plan and with our current land use ordinance. If we can possibly make both of these work, whether it's through a development agreement or other means, we do our best to do that. When we look at this particular parcel on the future land use map, it falls within the medium-sized residential lot area. And as the general plan states, these are typically 15,000 square foot lots. When we look at applicability, as it states in the general plan, when additional density, meaning anything that's, 2 times the current density is sought out, then we are required to look at how they have applied smart growth principles to this. These are all of the standards, actually. This is how staff feels that they've met these standards. I will add a couple of pieces of information, I guess, to the connectivity and pathway and trail connectivity. So 2200 South, we know, is a substandard road. With the recommendation for approval with this, we are going to require that the applicant improve 2200 South, which includes additional dedication, so that this eventually become an 80-foot right-of-way. We're looking for bicycle lanes. We're looking for a 10-foot wide pathway on the north side of 2200 South. Likely on the other side as well, but for the developer, this affects his approximately 330 feet of frontage along 2200. Another thing that's probably a little bit different than what you see in your staff report, the concept plan that we currently have doesn't contain a couple of things. One is dedication along their northern boundary. Let me see if I can, this is their concept plan. North would be left, to the left. We would look for road dedication along their northern boundary. The other thing that the applicant's proposing that staff has a different opinion on is a 60-foot wide right-of-way. This proposed entrance off of 2200 South falls along a quarter section line. So we would be looking for a 66-foot wide right-of-way, preferably with a pathway on one side. Engineering likes to see walkable area on both sides of the roadway. And so they would be looking for something around a 4 or 5 foot sidewalk on the other side. I'm going to go back up to these smart growth standards. Open space and recreation facilities. When this staff report was submitted to the Planning Commission, the developer had not addressed this requirement. Planning staff feels this is kind of a big one to address, actually, especially where they're proposing 25 lots in a current zone that would allow maybe 10 to 12. Since this staff report has been sent out and since the agenda has been posted, the developer has met with the Parks District. Mr. Heslop is on the Zoom call and he can provide any additional information if you'd like. I'm not sure if the applicant is here or not, but I'm sure he would probably want to speak to this as well if he is. Let me see. What the developer is proposing is to contribute financially to the improvement of the open space area within the Taylor Landing subdivision. Other items regarding smart growth. So I will say that with rezone applications, we do require sort of a preliminary feasibility letter for water and sewer. The applicant has provided a preliminary will serve letter from Taylor West Weber, from Hooper Irrigation, and from Central Weber Sewer. We would require him to move forward and eventually obtain final approval at subdivision level. The developer is proposing to comply with dark sky ordinances, and staff feels that, when you're looking at these last two, the emissions and air quality, we're looking at traffic, we're looking at traffic controls, the best connectivity, the shortest routes from adjacent neighborhoods and uses, and staff feels that what is being proposed and what we're additionally requiring would likely meet this. As far as renewable energy, that is an item that could be up to the planning commission as far as how far you'd like that addressed. The developer hasn't proposed anything towards that. Again, this is just so you can kind of see the land is currently being used for ag purposes. It sits immediately adjacent to a school who I believe it's their plan to open their doors in 2023. When we look through all of the different goals in the West Weaver General Plan, one of those, and the applicant has included that in his narrative, is to encourage that higher density housing adjacent to school areas. I'm going to go back up to, no, I think it's down here, to his concept plan. This pathway right here, the applicant is proposing to meet up with the pathway that was required on the school property, so that there would be walkable area without having to route down to 2200 South and all the way up and around 4300. This is just a conceptual pathway layout or cross section. The applicant is proposing a 30-foot pathway. This is what we would look at when installation occurs. And this would likely be contained in a development agreement tied to this request. These are your typical development standards in the RE15 zone. We look at minimum area, minimum lot width, and use lot averaging as a tool to allow for a little bit of flexibility so that we've got various lot sizes, various home sizes to meet a few different needs that will come up in the community. As far as fire, and Charlie went through these as well, you've got a hydrant located right here on the southwest corner. This area's got hydrants all over. And so the likely scenario would be that fire would require them throughout the subdivision. I don't know why they wouldn't. There's nothing really unique topographically about this proposal or this area. Again, 60-foot roadways within the development, with the exception of the main entry off of 2200 South. Planning would like to see that as a 66-foot wide roadway with a pathway on one side and likely a requirement for sidewalk on the other from engineering. See if there's anything else. These are a couple of things to consider. Given this additional information, planning staff would recommend option number 2 in your staff report. This is a development agreement. I know there's been discussion as to whether or not to allow these to move forward. This would be some of the decision criteria to consider. And I think Steve presented this in his as well. Do you have any questions for me right now?
I do.
Yes.
What is the average lot size?
In this particular subdivision,
Yes.
lot ranges kind of size from, or the lots range in area from 0.26 to 0.80 acres. And you'll see the lot widths as well.
Yeah,
Range from,
that's what gave me concern was when I saw those lot widths.
So I did some rough math off the table.
Mhm.
13,316 square feet is the average lot size on here.
okay,
So I don't feel we even meet the minimum average lot size across, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
When we're looking at it. Chair's point, same thing with frontage. I mean, I'm gonna, to save the public the broken record speech, I'm gonna echo the same comments I made on the one on 1400 because this is the exact same way. It doesn't meet the substandard road. Yeah, they've done a little bit better on connectivity here and working with the Parks District a little bit better. But I think this one, in my eyes, falls a little bit worse because at least the other one across the board, base density across it was at least the 15,000 square foot lot size to fit the zone. So. And other than that, substandard road, everything else, I mean, the same thing. The high school is only going to make this situation worse. And I get they're going to do their part for the 330 feet, but 25 lots, that's 250 trips on top of the high school traffic and everything else that's going to travel on 2200. And I think it needs to go further, in my opinion.
Other comments, questions, commissioners? Okay. All right, and is the applicant here? You want to speak? Okay.
My name is Chad Buck. I live in Clearfield, Utah. So I want to talk just for a minute about the average lot sizes. I would consider this to be a street connectivity based density. Based on the current RE15 zone, that means that I can have 80% of the lot width, and I can have up to 10% of the street counted towards the base density. Based on that, with the street connectivity at 15,000 square feet, I would have 25.1 lots. So based on a street connectivity based subdivision, I would be able to have 25 lots. I'd be able to go to 80-foot frontage. That's in your RE15 zone. So it's kind of interesting right now. We're in a mix and match kind of a situation here. This is a medium density subdivision, but the closest thing that the county can use right now is an RE15 zone. And so we're applying a little bit of RE15 stuff here with some of the medium density smart growth stuff here, and trying to mix and match and try to make it all work out relatively well. So I know that when you look at the lots, 13.38 or 13,317 square feet. That is 0.3 of an acre. Throughout I've been to several of the work sessions. As we went to the general plan, I was one of the 6 or 7 people who showed up somewhat regularly. Throughout most of those discussions, it was always third acre. 15,000 square foot has just come up here in the last month or two, I think. I also went to a county commissioner meeting on November 14th, where Director Grover talked to the 3 county commissioners, and they agreed that gross acreage could be used to determine that third acre average, not net. And so in that case, the subdivision would be allowed to have 30 lots. I'm not trying to get 30 lots. There is also a code in the new general plan that says if we're next to a high school or adjacent to a school, that higher densities would be considered. There are some variety of lot sizes in here so that we could, I wouldn't call them moderate income housing lots. They're still going to be, by the time you build a house in there, depending on how the market goes over the next 6 months or a year or whatever, I wouldn't probably call them moderate income housing type lots. But 7 of these lots will have a backyard of a football stadium. And so they may not be the most desirable lots in Western Weber County to have unless you're a huge football fan. I do want to just say JDC Ranch has been brought up about 5 times tonight. With the new general plan and with all of the smart growth principles that you are requesting, you are starting to make every subdivision turn into a master plan community. Whether you intend to or not, that's what's starting to happen is there are very few subdivisions now that are going to come into the county that are going to be straight up 15,000 square foot lots in a straight street, because there's always going to be other requirements. I remember in one of the planning meetings going over the general plan, it was Commissioner Jenkins, I think, who said at one point, why are you going to require everybody to come in for a rezone? Why not just change the plan so that everything can be third acre? And there was quite a bit of a pushback from the Planning Commission on that. And I think it's because in some ways you guys want everything to be negotiable. And so that's kind of what we're getting tonight, is a whole bunch of negotiation. So it could be simpler. But this is kind of how it is with all these with all of the smart growth plan, things like that. So anyway, I just want to say that I feel like I have been I feel like I've connected streets to the north, to the south, to the east, or I'm sorry, to the west. Right now I have a sidewalk going into a high school that is going to be locked down. So my 30-foot frontage is going, or my 30-foot walkway is going nowhere. but I've put it in because that's what staff wants. So I feel like I'm trying to it may not be 100% letter of the law, but I feel like I'm trying to play the spirit of the law and feel like I'm trying to comply with what you guys talked about for the last 9 months in the general plan and what staff would like as well. So is there any questions for me?
Any questions, commissioners?
Just one. How do you plan to meet the county substandard road ordinance on 2200?
I'm going to do my part on the north side of the road for the frontage of my subdivision.
Which is required as part of the subdivision code, but the substandard road ordinance, Charlie helped me, but that means you have to go further to help because you're developing in the middle, not at a standard road.
So I can't divide it, or I can't develop this until that road's fixed.
Or you pay your portion to meet that, to bring the road up to code. Or to a standard road,
For the
right?
full length of the road.
I don't know how the equation is. You'll have to go to the planning staff with that, but
My plan was to finish the subdivision in front, or finish the road in front of my subdivision. I have no other plan for the rest of the road. There are houses across the street from me. There are already existing houses across the street from me, from my subdivision. Maybe we should talk to them about what they're going to do on their side of the road.
isn't there an open field across the street from this
No.
property?
I have residential homes all across the south side of the road on 2200 South.
I thought that right there was,
No,
you're
the
right. I'm
open-
thinking by, you're
They're
right,
across
sorry.
the street from the.
I had the
school.
picture where it was.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah.
So.
I would like to add that I'm adding 1,500 square feet or 1,500 feet of sewer coming from 4,700 west to my property, which will benefit those 11 houses between my house and 4,700 west, and will benefit multiple other. There will be when I put it in. They'll take it to 4,700 and I'll connect from that point on.
Not a question, but I just noticed that there's comments in the chat. Is that something that we should be? Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else for the applicant?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Tammy, I think we have a question for you.
So can you help me understand how? Because smart growth principles aren't part of our current code, right? Or is it?
Correct.
So how is smart growth principles playing into the RE15 zone? And I've never read that smart growth can get you down to the 20% and the 10% with the streets.
And Charlie maybe.
I
longer,
sorry.
but, I think in overlapping smart growth principles with the code that we already have, like connectivity incentivized, like lot averaging, the intent really is to meet the various goals targeted. And one of those goals is housing types. And where do we want to concentrate this higher density housing? The developer is proposing to pull sewer line. He's proposing to install additional infrastructure. He plans to improve the roadway along his frontage. Charlie will have more to add, I'm sure. Go ahead.
No, hopefully not too much. I'm getting a bad name. So the street connectivity incentivized, but it's always been in the code for the last 2 years or so now. That is part of where we got the idea that went into smart growth development. And so smart growth, in order to get the way that the current plan reads, so not a requirement, just a guideline, but the way the current plan reads is if you're going to get twice as much density as your current zone, the A1 zone allows you to have, you need to follow the smart growth principles. And one of the smart growth principles is to do street connectivity incentivized subdivisions. And so essentially it's kind of written into the plan itself, which in looking at the applicant's proposal, we would agree. We wouldn't agree with 30. I think he's using the idea of 13,500 as a 30-acre lot. We're still sticking with 15,000 because that's actually written into the plan. But we think that he's probably entitled to 28 lots as opposed to the 25 that he's proposing.
Just based on the street connectivity.
Yep. Well, it's actually taking the gross development and dividing it by 15,000 square feet. and that gets you 28. The street connectivity just fleshed out as we were working with the applicant on it.
But in order to get down to that zone, I thought we had to implement the smart growth.
Implement and apply it to the property. When you say implement, you mean adopt a new zone or
Well,
implement?
no,
it?
you put it in better words than me. Sorry. Thank you, Charlie. So. Can we hear from Roger? I'm kind of curious on what the parks discussion was. Is that allowed?
I'm okay with
I
it.
mean, they're basing density off of the,
I don't think he's on here.
yeah, he's at the top.
Oh, okay.
There he is.
I'm here, guys. I apologize for not being there, but I don't want you to get what
Roger,
I've
give us
got.
1 second. We're gonna turn up the volume for you.
Okay.
June's working on it. So while they're working on that, Tammy, just real quick question. So looking at your 2 possible recommendations, or not recommendations, 2 options, 1 and 2 at the beginning. So I guess just to say, if we like what we hear from Roger and Mr. Buck has worked out the details with the park district, are you comfortable with proceeding with number 2 as a staff recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we would have that development together prior to going before the county commission. So we would hash out all of those details with legal and make sure we took in any additional recommendations from the planning commission. And we
Okay.
did that.
And I should have asked this when Mr. Buck was up here. Mr. Buck, just a thumbs up or down, I guess is fine. So you don't have to come up here, but are you okay or comfortable with what's outlined in that recommendation? Okay, thank you. Thumbs up. Okay.
Cool.
X mount.
Okay, Roger, try again.
Okay, I apologize for being at home,
No.
but I know you
don't got
don't
nothing.
want what I've got. Anyway, in our meeting yesterday, as we discussed it.
Hold on 1 sec, Roger.
Okay.
Try again, Roger.
All right. And that in our meeting yesterday, we talked about a financial incentive as part of the master agreement where the developer would pay a dollar amount to the park district for that development and improvement in the Taylor Landing Park, which is within the half mile of their subdivision. Particularly as the crow flies, and a little bit more difficult if there's no path through the high school. But we have talked about that. I've also been in or talked with Tammy, and I will have a letter stating what the park board has basically agreed to accept as far as the incentives, for the park district, so that we can move forward.
Okay, so it was quiet, but I guess just real quick, Roger, so my question would be, do you believe that you to an agreement with Mr. Buck on this development as a representative of the Parks District?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask for a motion.
I'll make that motion and go into public hearing.
Wishful thinking. Got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are now in public hearing for this item. Anyone like to speak, please come up and speak. Well, here we go.
Where are we going? Byron White, 4586, 2200 South. Okay, I addressed this to the county before that I need a point of diversion when he starts putting in his little project for my water shares and hookers. So now I'm telling you guys that I need that diversion before he starts digging the holes and tearing up the ground. Another thing is we'll need a fence. We'll need a fence all the way down when he starts his project. Keep his people on his side, and my green space is my green space. I don't think the high school being there can be part of his saying you gotta have green space for so many houses per your projects that you guys approve. Let's see. And the sewer, bringing the sewer up to those 11 houses, we're all on septic tanks out there. From what I understand, the state requires us to hook onto the sewer when the hot shots come in and bring the sewer to us. So who's going to incur them costs? I mean, we'll have to pay to hook on, I'm sure. But what about the costs that's put on us? There 50% of us are on fixed incomes out there, so we're all pretty much retired community. So maybe he should be paying some of that cost for us to get it. I know the pipe will be stubbed out 10 feet to our house, but the piping on our own property. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Jeff Castro. I live directly across the street from his project at 4545 West, 2200 South. And I'm with Byron. I don't see where the 11 houses hooking on the sewer is going to be a benefit to anyone on that street, because it's going to be a cost to us, the homeowners. And also I'm concerned about the traffic, which you guys said it's an engineering issue. Well, in fact, it's your issue, because if you approve the subdivisions, you in fact increase the traffic. And you've got 1,250 parking spots slated for that school at this time. That doesn't include the bus traffic up and down the road and the mommies and daddies dropping the kids off. Well, my street, I measured it today, is exactly 23 feet across. So I don't know if you know how wide a bus is, but a bus with the mirrors extended is over 10 feet. So that leaves very little bit of clearance between there and then buses to go up and down that road. So I'm with you as far as the cart being put ahead of the horse. I think we need to fix the infrastructure before we allow these subdivisions to continue being built. And I guess that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Kylie White. I live on 2200 as well. With the two gentlemen that just spoke, I just kind of want to reiterate some of the things that they've said. A lot of the traffic is going to be changing on 2200 with the school. And if we put in the 25 lots that Mr. Buck has suggested, it's going to change additionally on top of what's going to happen with the high school. I think that the 10 to 12 lots would be a greater value to our community than the 25 that he's suggesting. I also am not sure that I understand the pathway to the school fence, because unless the school district approves a gate there, that path goes nowhere. And I don't believe that the school district would approve that, because it would allow another access point, in which they usually don't do in their gates. And then also something that Mr. Buck said that I just kind of want to address. The reason why we have these meetings and these committees is so that we as a community can come and address how this is going to impact us. He lives in Clearfield. I live in Taylor. I live right down the road from where this is, so it will directly impact me and my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this topic? Okay, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, we are now out of public hearing. Okay, commissioners.
I have a question and it was, so. Tammy, maybe you can help me. Maybe some of it's for the applicant. So. We're saying the sewer line is a benefit to the community, but is there going to be a pioneering agreement put on that sewer line so that when someone ties into it, then they got to pay a portion of that cost?
That's a good question. That's certainly something we can look into. It hasn't been anything we've addressed at this point
I
yet.
just, if we're gonna say it's a benefit to the community, then there shouldn't be a pioneering agreement with it.
Right.
But if he's gonna put a pioneering agreement on the line, then why should we incentivize it?
Bren, will you clarify for me just what that would mean? A pioneering
So
agreement?
basically what the line from his development to 4,700, there'll be a cost and they'll say X amount of connections can go into that line. So anytime, and that would have to be an agreement approved by the county commission. Time frame, they have, 7 to 10 years normally life. But then, so say that Mr. White wants to go or has to go hook into that sewer line. Now he has to pay the developer back for that portion of the line. So that's where if we're gonna say it's a benefit, I feel there shouldn't be a pioneering agreement. But if there's a pioneering agreement, then there's no benefit. That's just a development cost.
So when we say that there's these fees associated with it for these residents, does that include, I mean, the connection fee, just the cost in doing the labor and all that? But then do we also have like an impact fee that they're gonna be charged as well?
County would have an impact fee and the sewer district would have
right.
one on top
Okay.
as well. So, and then if there's a pioneering agreement, that would be an additional fee.
Okay.
Anything else, commissioners?
And just to clarify, they are required to do that once it's there? They have to connect to the sewer?
I don't know what the county ordinance says, is it within 300 feet, then they have to connect?
Requirement when they're an X amount of feet. I'm not sure what that is. I can look at the ordinance.
So that's why we're saying it may not be a benefit. If Mr. White, just as an example, is happy being on a septic tank, then that's not a benefit to him.
I mean, the benefit might change if his septic tank fails and then he's got to
Right.
do something different, but currently, those 11 homes, they're fine the way they are, but in the future,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, anything else?
I have concern with or I guess the same concern as some of the residents with the road. I mean, I knew it was narrow. I don't remember his name. I apologize, but I passed you numerous times while walking your yellow lab and it is a very narrow road. And I don't know that this development is the greater impact, but as a county, I would hope that is on our radar to be looking at that road with that new high school being put in there because I mean, just the high school traffic alone, we know what Fremont did to 4,700. That should be a concern of ours. And I don't know that the proposed development here is a great factor in that. I mean, I think the high school is our big thing that we're looking at, but.
the high school definitely is, but by numbers, I mean, that's another 250 trips on that road in addition to the high school traffic.
True.
So I agree that it's a portion, it's in the factor, that's 20%, an additional 20% more growth coming to it on top of the high school.
So I guess my comment summarized is I would hope that we're looking at that regardless of Mr. Buck's proposal. So.
Okay. All right, commissioners. Any other comments, concerns, questions? Okay, I'll ask for a motion on this item.
I'm gonna make a motion, we table it along with the others. There's too many things in here that I don't feel have been worked out. There's some stuff that I would like to see placed in here. I'd like to know what's gonna happen with the road and some stuff like that to meet those parts of the code. So based on that, I would recommend we table this until we can either have a work session or we get some information back that spells that stuff out.
Okay, I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner McCormick. Aye. Commissioner Avell.
Aye.
Commissioner Clonks. Commissioner Edwards.
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Now, it is 8:30 past. Where 3 more items. I think that's what most of the crowd is here for, obviously.
Public's here. It was noticed for this. We endure.
Then we're gonna take 10 more
Aye.
minutes right now and then we'll come back.
Hey, every 2 years or every 2 hours, we gotta stand up and move at least.
Yeah, come on up here.
This is like one of the first times we've heard Bill, so we don't know how long-winded he is yet, so.
Very, very not long-winded.
What's frustrating?
Put one of these in your pocket. In your pocket. Just set it on the thing and somebody.
It is the same. Yeah, that's, it is. I sit on the water board too. They don't, everybody else has to pay, and they don't have to pay. The only thing they have to pay is water. They have to. Well, that's all our. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. It's all good.
You're, no, you're not.
All right.
You didn't, because if we don't let you, your wife won't.
Well, they've already said all the stuff. I mean, Charlie went over it at length, Tammy, Steve. I mean, I've just, what they said, plus here it is.
But you left the orange on the map.
Exactly.
I'm out.
Well, you can say, take the orange off the map and that's on you.
My weakness.
Promise I'll do it. Well, it's not a meeting. Oh. Oh, okay.
The young man. Right. Okay. Thanks, folks. All right, we'll get back to our meeting now. It's come to our attention that we need to recall an item from previously this evening. Director Grover.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind reconsidering the seminary building, we wanted to just add a condition to it about the street frontage that was left out. So if you wouldn't mind considering that, that would be appreciated.
Okay, do we need to have any information on that or?
You
Staff.
should make a motion to reopen that.
Reopen
item.
it, okay. All right, commissioners, I'll ask for a motion to reopen the item, let's see. Concerning the seminary building from earlier this evening. It was item number DR 2022-06.
I'll make that motion to recall my previous motion.
Have a motion. Last for second.
And a second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that item is now reopened. So now do we need more information?
Yeah, Felix will address that.
Perfect.
Yeah, Felix.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. Or I thought I was sitting pretty over there. Guess not. So yeah, I mean, just in light of the discussion and some of those improvements that need to be done along 2200 South, now is a good time to make sure that that the church property is responsible for their frontage and so on all the way down the line. So that's primarily what we're looking for.
So that opens up a question for me. So so basically this then had to be subdivided to get the two lots, right?
No, it's actually a building lot.
That park piece, that park parcel was always separate like that?
Well, what they did is they got a rebuild letter. And so we did the research, found that it is a building lot. So they were able to reconfigure through just a boundary line adjustment.
And the reason why I asked is now we've got the commercial one over here that we approved. We got the school here. Are they gonna improve the entire frontage on that whole corner?
That's what we're looking for. So for the improvements along areas fronting where the meeting house is and the areas fronting the seminary parcel as well.
So they would have to improve their entire frontage basically.
That's what we're leaning toward. Yes.
Okay.
Maybe I can deal with an ugly building if they're gonna improve all of the corner.
Ugly in by your opinion, right?
That's 100% my opinion. I agree.
Okay.
Okay. So now, are we gonna have some discussion about this?
So just to probably clarify, maybe backpedal a little bit. I think it makes sense that considering that what we're looking at right now is the seminary land, the parcel with the seminary building. So there's a definitely the requirement for frontage along the seminary property. If we can get those improvements from the meeting house property, then we'll open those negotiations.
Well, all of the frontage around on the east side and on the south side of the existing church.
Yes.
Are the church.
It is, but it's a separate parcel.
Right, but the seminary building doesn't really touch on either on 4300 or on 2200. So what improvements are we?
What would be looking
Is that
for?
like a wall? Got it. Never mind.
Yes.
Didn't know that lot was 22. Okay, I'm with you. Okay. All right. So what are we looking to add? Are we looking to add to our previous motion or are we starting over?
You can add to your previous motion.
Okay. The previous motion is basically just with staff, followed the staff recommendation. So we would just add further staff recommendation,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
So we're not getting the whole corner in curb and gutter and sidewalk.
Well, we're definitely opening up that discussion, but we will require what is along the seminary frontage.
Can we require them to do it all where it wasn't part of a
We have to
subdivision?
look, we have to look at what's roughly proportionate and we possibly could, but right now I think definitely along their frontage and then probably like Felix mentioned, we'll look at negotiation and you could put in your motion that we would encourage them to put that along the church, along the meeting house property.
And where this isn't a subdivision, it doesn't, the substandard road ordinance does not apply because that's in the subdivision code, right?
Right. Okay. Are we straight on that now? Everybody understand? Okay.
So
All right, so I will ask for, is this an addendum?
I would amend the motion that was already made. So
Amended.
you just amend it. So you can keep the motion that was made and then amend it with this other requirement that you choose.
Okay. I'll ask for a motion, an amendment.
and I will give you one.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to add an amendment to the motion, the previous motion. On, let me read it, so I make sure that we do this right. DR 2022-06. To continue with the staff advise, or the staff proposal, including, I don't even know how to put this into words, Felix, for the road. To include the staff's recommendation for the roadway improvements. Yeah. Does that sound right?
On 2200.
On
2200 South. Yes, thank you.
All right, have an amended motion. I'll ask for an amended second.
I'll second that.
All right. You have a motion and a second. We gonna need to do roll call on this one or just up and down. This is fine. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
No, I was a nay, sorry.
Aye.
What did I say?
Oh, I'm sorry. So again,
Absolutely.
we're back the same one.
Oh,
Five approve and one not so much.
we're getting closer for it.
Okay,
Yeah, if
they had
done all the sidewalks, I'd have been in favor of it, but.
you're softening up. It's
Thank
getting
you,
hotter.
Felix, for the help.
All right, now we'll move on to back to the agenda. Where are we at? Okay, item number 5.5 GPA 2022-01. Public hearing to consider and take action on amending the future land use map of the general plan. A designation change to approximately 355 acres of property located approximately 5,900 west, south. The designation changes from medium-sized residential lots, industrial manufacturing, and business office tech to mixed-use residential, industrial manufacturing, and business office excuse me, Bill.
Mr. Chairman, before we start,
Okay.
I'd like to just let everyone know that we own property on the north side of this plan rezone. Just thought it would be, well, everybody knew that. I wouldn't have any financial interest in this, so I think I'm good to go.
Thanks for letting us know. Appreciate that. And I don't have any concerns with that. Okay, so now, Mr. Kobe.
I just got to tell you, I have a brother that runs marathons regularly. And I want to thank all of the folks that have come out tonight and have sat through the marathon, because my brother pays for the privilege of running for hours and hours, and these folks have awesome. I appreciate the stamina, I guess is what I'm saying.
It's all in the entertainment value.
Exactly. This is better than anything else going on a Tuesday night, right?
All right.
So this is actually 3 items in one, and I'm going to condense the presentation of all 3 items into one presentation. So if you have questions on any specific thing, but please just keep in mind that each public hearing should be for each specific agenda item. So I will just do one quick presentation and we'll be done. Okay. So the first request is for a general plan amendment. Now, this mostly deals with the property that you see outlined in red. The general plan currently calls for this to be a residential area with some office uses. We're proposing, as you see, to extend that all the way to the limits of the property. Again, outlined in red, as well as adding in just a little bit of higher density mixed use residential in that area. I know that's not popular with some. That's open for discussion. So that's the general plan amendment. You can see more specifically and explicitly, this is what they're looking for. The lighter orange colors that you see and in the hashed areas with the purple, those are the mixed use residential areas. The darker purple is the industrial and manufacturing areas. And then along the frontage there on 1100 South, we're looking at a smaller area of office spaces. Assuming that this is amenable with revisions, if desirable, to the planning commission. Oh, and here's the language from the general plan talking about business tech and innovation parks. I won't read that, it's there in the general plan, but the general plan is supportive and anticipates this kind of change in the area. I would say, just as a side note, changing a general plan is not something that you should take lightly. We've just finished this process of adopting this thing, and it is a fluid and dynamic document, but it's not something that should be taken casually or lightly. The only times really, and I've heard this explained to me from attorneys and other land use people, that the only times you should really change the general plan is if you've made a mistake in the general plan, and or if the general feeling of the community has changed in the interim to allow for this kind of change. While this isn't necessarily a mistake, the property line that was drawn and the property line that these folks own is different. And so adjusting for that expansion is good cause for making this kind of amendment. We've talked at length about smart growth standards. Suffice it to say that we will look to a development agreement with these developers. They've already sent us over a draft, which will get circulated here shortly among staff and other interested folks, to make sure that the development happens in accordance with standards and according to the desires of the county. And again, incorporating these smart growth development standards. So again, assuming that the general plan amendment is desirable and voted in favor of, we then need a M&T manufacturing and technology zone. We don't currently have a zone that would allow for this kind of use in the county. So we're introducing a new zone for the county for this particular development. And the hope is that if this development goes well, and we have every anticipation that it will, this could be a model for other areas of the county that want to develop in this kind of a campus style development where it's manufacturing and technology kind of a zone. So you see the purpose of the zone there. Again, I won't read it, but it's been in your staff report. So hopefully you've had a chance to look at that. In addition to the purpose statement, also in your staff report, and again, I'm not going to go over all of the different kinds of uses, but the developer has looked over the uses and thinks that those will generally work for what they have anticipated in the area. I also sent a quick memo earlier today. There were a few things that needed to be tweaked on the use tables, and so you've had a chance to look at that, I hope, as well. So this is where the project is currently located. The area is currently zoned A2, and if assuming that the M&T zone also gets approved, then the actual zone change request would be to change the zoning of this property from A2 to M&T zoning. This is the conceptual development layout. I hesitate to put these up because these are not necessarily what it will look like. You will get different clients in, and the layout of these buildings will change. Undoubtedly, they will change. And so please just keep in mind that these are placeholders, and these are things that we will address in the development agreement with the developer to make sure that we get a good, positive development that looks good and meets the minimum standards set forth both in the code as well as negotiated through the development agreement. Okay, And here are some of those standards that we would look to. Architectural requirements. Again, we've talked about these at length over the course of the evening, so I'm not going to rehash these. Here's something we put together to kind of show and demonstrate how the site plan has incorporated areas of street interconnectivity, of open spaces. You see the green hashed areas are open spaces. There's a proposal for that westerly portion of the property to turn that into a large passive park with lots of trails and cool little things in there. And then potentially on the easterly side of the property to do some river access and other fun things over on that side. So again, development agreement on that. The other thing to highlight on this is the trail network that you see in yellow that would pull in trails along 1100 as well as the river. Okay. And again, I hesitate to put these up, but I like them, so I'm going to. They tell a good story, but don't get too married to the idea that this is what it's going to look like, because it will change. You have different buildings and renderings here, xeriscaping out front. That's one of the things we've kind of talked about briefly, and they provided a quick rendering of what those might look like. And then here's kind of an aerial view, and then looking more at that little slough there and what that looks like with the passive park kind of around it. It's hard to tell in this image, but they do have trails and little pause areas scattered throughout that. And I put this one up because they are committed to meeting the requirements of dark sky. And so here they've shown on their buildings, they've got the lights shielded and pointed down towards the ground rather than like typical wall sconces where they've got them up and down. So again, the considerations, is it compatible, and does it enhance the stability of the existing fabric of the neighborhood? Is it compatible with the general plan? And the answer to that is hopefully, if you go with that. And then other timing and consideration of other community goals. And then you have your typical actions there. And that's it. Again, 3 separate items: the general plan amendment, the adoption of the M&T zone into the zoning code, and finally the rezone of the property from A2 to M&T. Any questions?
Sarah, I'm going to start. Explain to me why the orange or the mixed use residential played into this. I like the M&T. And if that stayed in there, I would be 100% in favor of the general plan amendment. I'm one that's against amending a new general plan. Yeah. Because we just adopted it, like we've said here many times tonight, not very long ago. But it was adopted with that in there. I see why it's coming, because we're going to make it cognizant to property boundaries and stuff. I get that, but I do not support the mixed use residential coming in there for it. And I know we've had the discussion.
Well, I appreciate you bringing it up because it helps us get it on the record. There are a couple of reasons why this is a desirable kind of change to the general plan. First off, it allows for a transition between what is a more heavy industrial, not industrial, that's the wrong word, manufacturing and office space kind of use, into more of a mixed use with residential and some commercial opportunities that way. And then that transitions further into the 3rd acre future land use map designation, which is what you see in the yellow. So it provides for a transition. It also provides places for people to work and live on in the same general area, providing a true live work kind of environment. That can be useful, and it could be attractive and helpful, not only for the success of the mixed use areas, but for the area in general. It will be a draw for people to come, and it might be nice to go work in a plant where you're running a CNC machine, and at the end of the day, you just walk home and have a shower and then walk downstairs and have a bite to eat. You know, those kinds of things are interesting, and people are looking for those kinds of amenities and that kind of work, live, work, eat, play kind of areas. So
But our general plan has a ton of this mixed use residential.
It does.
Directly adjacent to it to the
it
south.
does. And so you're exactly right. In fact, that's why I pulled this back up and it's hard to see. The colors look way better on my screen than it does up there. So hopefully it looks okay on your screen. Just to the south of this, maybe it's actually better to see. Yes, just to the south of this and a little bit further to the west.
We have it east, we have it south.
Yep.
I mean, I feel we get that work-life balance. I think that, you know, I think that would fit better if it was 100% office tech, but that's not what this is gonna be. And, you know, there's gonna be some of it, but where there's industrial, you know, or the manufacturing side going with inside of this, I struggle. Like I said, I think it's a good fit. I think it's a good project for the county, but I just,
That particular aspect.
yeah, the mixed use, I think we got plenty of that around there to support it.
Well, I'd let the developer speak to that particular question specifically, but I don't think that that's something that they're hung up on explicitly. This is something that staff kind of brought up to them and wanted them to entertain. So if the planning commission in general, I know Commissioner Edwards doesn't speak for the entire planning commission, but you know, if the commissioners are not interested in having that in general, then, you know, we're flexible and would entertain discussion on that as well.
Well, personally, I don't see an issue with it. I like the idea. I do a lot of work in other states, in rural communities where they have a need for people to have housing close to where they work. And whether we like it or not, we're starting to fall into that same fold, unfortunately. And so I see it as a benefit.
Comment too. I'm kind of 50-50 on the mixed use residential, but the amount of people here, we have to have some way to feed them. So they're not having to get in the car and go somewhere else. So I think that there's a real need to have some zoning in place here that would meet some of the workers' needs. So they're not, I mean, most people have 30 minutes for lunch. Well, you're not going to get back in time. So anyway, that's my take, 50-50 on.
I agree 100%. I mean, I would rather see some commercial in there than mixed use residential. I think a commercial area or, you know, a C1 zone would fit better than mixed use residential, in my opinion, for exactly Commissioner Angiotti's comment.
Commissioners? Comments?
I agree. I would rather see the commercial also.
Okay.
Well, based off what we're gonna do or may not do, I think the mixed use is a positive. And the reason I say that is the plan that they drew up is just a plan. That other mixed housing down the road may be abolished at any time, depending on if or when they ever bring it in.
Yeah, it could end up being regular lots. Yeah.
Okay, anything else, commissioners?
I have a question, but maybe it might be more appropriate.
There are representatives from the developer.
Okay, I'll wait till then. If they're not able to answer it, then come back. Okay.
All right, so. You want to speak to them? You want them to speak?
Sure, yeah, I have a question for them, yeah, and
Okay.
to give them an opportunity to come up.
All right. We have a volunteer.
He was sacrificed.
Other guy pushed him out.
Yeah. You want a chance to speak to the other items first, or you want me to just ask you my question?
I would love to have the chance to just
Okay.
introduce our group and this project a little bit, if you're okay with that.
Yep.
Yes, my name is Dallin Curridon. I represent Black Pine. Our office is located at 1357 North, 2000 West in Far West. And several of the founders and partners of Black Pine were born and raised in Far West. So we're really excited to be working on a project that's close to home and being a part of the future growth and vision that you all have created for the West Weber area. we also just want to show our appreciation to the staff, to Bill and Charlie and Stephanie and many others who have worked hard to create this new zone and put forth this recommendation. And we understand that that's the way that, as you've reiterated tonight, that's the way that you'd like to see this process go, is when a rezone application comes, it's accompanied by the new zone code for that rezone. We also want to show our appreciation to all of you and the vision and foresight and deliberation that went into the adoption of the recently adopted general plan for West Weber. We think that the vision for responsible growth in that area is something that will benefit future generations in this area, and we're excited to be a part of that. I'll be brief because I know that I'm standing in between you and what might be a midnight snack at this point. But I did want to just highlight a few elements of this project that adhere to the requirements and things that you've emphasized in the general plan. The first being that in the general plan, when discussing business, tech, and industrial uses, you heavily emphasize the need to attract well-paying and diverse jobs. And we've conducted an economic impact analysis for this project through a reputable third-party research firm that estimates 6,400 jobs being created by this project. 3,600 of those would be direct jobs that would be employees working at this commerce center and benefiting from being employed there. The other 2,600 would be other employees that are either earlier or later in the supply chain that serve the business operations within the park. Those jobs would generate $350 million of annual employee revenue for the people that live and work in this area. Those businesses would generate over $1.4 billion worth of GDP for this area. And as those numbers communicate, that positive economic impact would be generational for this project. Another point is that in the original general plan, you designated this land use as a mix of business, office, tech, and industrial. And we feel that the manufacturing and technology code that staff has created and presented fully accomplishes that intended use for this area. We are in full support of what they've created. I guess to answer the question that was just discussed, our current site plan does not consider mixed use residential type uses. We're open to the flexibility, but it's not something that we would request. So hopefully that speaks to one of your questions, but we also just want to acknowledge a few other elements that you emphasize in the general plan, one of which is the creation of parks and open space. An element of this project would be the contribution of 34 acres to parks and open space that would include over 3 miles of connective trails that run along the Weber River and then loop across the project to the Oxbow Lake area that employees and citizens of the community would be able to benefit from, excuse me. Lastly, we just want to reiterate our full support of this project. We want to develop responsibly in line with what you've outlined in the general plan. And we've worked hard with staff and with you in the working session to understand the requirements for that and how we can do that. And we feel that this new proposed manufacturing and tech zoning would help to accommodate that in a way that's responsible for the future growth and development of this area. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and do my best to inform you about anything else you'd like to know.
Commissioners.
So for me, if this does go through, my main reason for being on the committee here is to see how things are going to affect myself and my neighbors. when I look at this, I look at it as kind of the same thing as what we got down on the Exchange Road, right? We have some industrial, my family enjoys going down by the river, riding our bikes, doing that stuff. And so I see that as part of your plan here, which I like. If this is gonna go through, I like being able to have access to that. One question, it might seem really insignificant, but if I see on there, it says river access, things like that, and knowing how the Weber River looks down in that area with it being, pretty good drop off to be able to get there. What's the plan as far as in the development to actually give river access and to make that a safe area for families like mine?
Yeah, that's a great question. At what's in our preliminary plan, and we appreciate Bill emphasizing that this is preliminary and is subject to change, but what's in our preliminary plan is just a trail along the river. And we would have significant green and open space along either sides of that trail. But the trail would run down the Weber River and then across to the Oxbow Lake area where there would be more, gazebo type, picnic areas, benches, things like that. Our current plan does not accommodate or contemplate any direct river access.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question. Looks like you've got this project pretty well buffered by natural things. I'm just wondering over there on the north side, what do you see for a buffer over there?
Yeah, it's a great question. And that's actually part of the reason why we've requested that the zoning be extended further north. The way that the original general plan was laid out, the buffer would have been a minor neighborhood street, whereas the road on the north in the proposed zoning change that staff has just recommended is a minor, I believe it's a collector street to the north. And so we feel like that would actually serve as a better buffer than a minor neighborhood street as was originally proposed.
Okay, and that's what I see on this here with the bigger white dashes.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yes.
What is that? Where is that road? Is that 200 south? 400 south? Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners?
Just wanna, I mean, you guys have done a great job of the presentation, our work session. I mean, the documents you provided. I feel you've met a lot of the smart growth principles. You've met with the Parks District, I know, in building the Oxbow Park and the trail and everything there. You're one of the big things through the general plan was, I hear it referred to a lot as the river is our emerald necklace and preserving that. I like what you've done there. Who is going to own, so is the 34 acres of the park going to the Parks District? Are you guys retaining it? And I know it's insignificant for the general plan amendment, but I'm saving the question instead of asking it later while you're up here.
Yeah. No, we've discussed with the Parks District the possibility of them adopting this land into their district. And I know there's several members of the Park District here that I'm sure can speak to that. So that is one of the options that we're considering, is having them adopt that.
Would that be the trail as well, or would
Yes.
all of that green kind of area outside of your retention
It would
basin?
be the trail. And it would be, just to be clear, it would be developed by us and
Yes.
then the Parks District
Would
adopt
retain,
it.
oh, get it after. Yep,
Yeah.
understand.
Anything else, commissioners? Okay, that's what we'll do. All right, motion.
Chair, I'll make a motion. We open the public hearing for the general plan amendment for what you see the colors for.
Okay. That was big. But I like it. Okay, how about a second? Motion and a second. Pick them, June. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we're in general public hearing. So anyone, you know the drill. Holy, look out.
My name's Kevin Bailey. I live across the street from the proposed project going on right here. There's a few things that I got a question on. Well, there's actually a lot, and I think that a lot of other people are gonna have a lot of questions here too. So I wasn't even gonna ask about this, but 6,400 cars, I'm not sure how they're gonna get to and from work. If you thought you passed 73 cars the other day, 6,400 is gonna be a big difference. I don't know how the bridge is gonna hold up. I don't know how we're gonna get in and out of our driveway safely. I'm not sure how that proposed is gonna happen. I don't know how they're gonna do that to get to and from out there just safe. Along with a stop sign of 4,700. If anybody's ever been through that, add that much more cars to it. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Sewer plan, I don't know what they're gonna do there. Are they gonna bring that in from up above the country corner and bring it down? Is that gonna be taxpayers' money? my notes there. Are they gonna do a new bridge? We talked about that when we did the 12th Street corridor. Of when we was gonna, the general plan of developing Western Weber County. Of when we was gonna bring the legacy highway through, how the trucks were gonna get to and from the industrial sites. And that was part of the general plan. I don't know if that's gone away, but I don't know why we're going away from that or trying to. The other thing I got is power to that much property. I mean, what are we gonna have to do? Is our infrastructure gonna hold that much power? Are we gonna have to bring new lines in? Where are they gonna be put? The trail thing sounds great for anybody in Ogden to come on out and see us and see how many mosquitoes we have. But adopting that into us, that just sounds to me like it's a great deal for them to put it in. And not so great of a deal for us taxpayers to flip the bill on maintaining that. So that's my concern right now. I know there's a lot of other people got some more.
Thank you. Okay.
Commissioners, this is actually the real reason I stuck around. Again, I'm Adam Darby. I'm the executor of the family trust of Larry D. Randall's. His address is 5900 West, 360 South. Commissioners, you've mentioned a buffer to the north. What about a buffer to the west? The property that I just mentioned is adjacent to the property that they want to develop. When I caught notice of this, I went home and did some quick research. And according to what the maps are indicating, they're going to put buildings up in my view of the mountains when I step out back to the back door of the property. Okay. I've been down this road many, many times of 5900. There's not a lot of ways to get in and out. I mean, there you've got a ditch on one side and ponds on the other side. How is this going to be accommodated? I understand last year that they were barely finishing up the renovations on the bridge to get that down to 5900. Like the previous gentleman mentioned, how are they going to do this? Build a bridge going across the Weber River? I mean, I'm all for developing. I understand it's going to come, but you know, I really like when people step up here and start throwing out numbers on how this is going to benefit us as a community. Well, tell you what, if you want to throw out some numbers that's going to benefit us as a community, throw out some numbers, buy the property that I'm executive of the estate over. You can take over that extra acre so I don't have to look at this. Okay. It doesn't benefit me. And like Commissioner Edwards said earlier tonight, if it doesn't benefit the neighbors adjacent to the property of the ones being developed, it does have to take into serious consideration. Again, commissioners, I do appreciate you listening to me tonight. I thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Quell. I live in Reese, Utah. I would be adjacent to the park on 6150. And my concern is I have animals. Who's going to keep the kids from the park out of my animals? I'm also a beekeeper, have been for about 8 years. And I want no liability issues if somebody gets stung or people throwing rocks at my bees. Also by profession, I was a human resource manager for the largest industrial company here in Utah. And they threw out some great numbers, but I tell you, that's all crap. And here, let me tell you why. Go look at the numbers. Unemployment in Weber County is 2.4. Full employment is 4.5 to 5. Okay. We've been under 4 since 2014. Having worked for the last 30 years as a human resource manager, we can't find enough people. What we're asking you is, if it's good for, we got to take care of our neighbors, go walk into a restaurant. How many tables are sitting vacant? Go look at all the help wanted signs. We don't need more jobs. We need to take care of the existing businesses that are here, because we are below the level of full employment and have been for a long time. We have to keep raising wages, and it's this ongoing, supply. It's just simple supply and demand economics. There is not enough people to support the people. These numbers that they're throwing out, they sound wonderful, but there's not enough people to do it. The surrounding communities, they're having the same issues. I work from Tremont into Ogden, and it's the same issue. Nationally, it's the same issue. There are 2 jobs for every unemployed person in the United States. So this all sounds great on paper, but the reality is that it's not going to work. You're going to have another Amazon where a bunch of things are just sitting vacant because you can't find enough people to work it. So that's my concern. I'm dead against it 100%. You can put me on record for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Uri. I live in West Weber, right by the bridge there, just across the bridge from where this proposed park is going to be. And it's my understanding that that bridge is federal. And when they recently just redid that road, just to add a center lane so the tractors could get past by the cars when the shift change at the 2 plants that are out there west. And we just got through with all of that road construction. And I asked why they weren't widening that bridge. What's the point of having a bottleneck right there where the road comes together at the bridge? And the bridge, they said the bridge is federal and they can't do anything about that. And the federal government won't do anything to allow that bridge to be made any bigger, because they've got too many on the docket before that. So how's the traffic you're gonna increase the amount of semis going out there? We already have quite a few going to Western Zirconium and Great Salt Lake Mineral and the dump out there. And we have a constant flow of semis, plus the shift change of those plants out there. We can't even pull out of our driveways sometimes for 5 or 10 minutes waiting for the cars to pass, so there's a place that we can get out. That bridge has a curve on it. If I go to pull out of my driveway, sometimes I can't even see a car, and by the time I pull out, they're right on my tailgate because they're going 70 miles an hour up that road, even though the speed limit is 50. How are we gonna handle that traffic? We got one road that leads in and out of there, and if by chance they're able to hire 6,500 more people, how are we going to handle 6,500 more vehicles on that road every day, twice a day? My only hope is that one of those 6,500 people would be interested in buying my house, because I won't be able to stay there. Thanks.
Thank you.
I hope you appreciate I let other people come up here first. Mr. Avondetti or Andretti. Andreotti, excuse me. I appreciate you bringing something to light, exactly what I was talking to before, quality of life. How are they going to put a boundary to me on the north side where you made comment you had property to the north?
But as far as I don't think it's gonna affect the quality of life.
Well, what I'm getting at is the quality of life of everybody. Change affects everyone, and you brought that point to life. What I'm saying.
Excuse me, sir, could you say your name, please?
Oh, sorry, Scott Conley, West Weber. So
Well,
the other thing,
just let me answer that just for a second. You know what? I lived on 300 North when there was hardly anybody out there. And you know what? I've got by with it. And I'm looking at it this way. If this thing goes, I'll get by with it then.
and we all will, sir. I just making that point that you brought that up, and I thought it was interesting because that's how it, people are. How's it going to affect me? Because I'll give you an example for myself. With everything that went out there, when I first moved out there, I thought that railroad was going to drive me nuts. Being behind the house, it ended up being the semis because they use the damn Jake brakes as they come up to that four-way stop, and they rattle my windows all hours of the night. And somebody mentioned in here earlier about working graveyards. I worked graveyards for the police department for 12 years and slept during the day. And my God, I'll tell you what, that got noisy, and it's noisier now. And if you put, that much more traffic out there, I had to get very inventive with that sign out there. I got a hold of the county and said, come out here and enforce this. And they says, well, we don't know what to write them for. So then I had to do some research myself, and there is no state statute for using a Jake brake. You have to go on failure to obey a traffic control device. So you had to kind of get a little inventive to start doing it. And some of the people I know from the county have been out there, enforcing that. One question, as a couple of my neighbors have brought up, the Army Corps of Engineers would not allow that bridge to be widened. And that's been referenced in here. And the Corps said, you're not touching the bridge. You can redo the cementing along the side of it. You're not widening it. So if you're throwing that much more traffic out there and coming to and from, how is that going to affect that area right now? Right now with the engineering plan, Kevin and Mr. Yuri and all that head west to their home and turn left into their driveway, they're going over a double yellow line in the roadway. If they get in an accident, whose fault's that? Not going to be the individual coming the other way. It's going to be them for making an improper left turn. It's the engineering plan. So engineering doesn't always work. So you get back to the Army Corps of Engineers out there. I noticed in one of the plans on the county site that had 20 buildings in it. One of them was west of 5900, north of the. My time? Do I get buying my time back for what we just?
That's up to the chair.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Okay. I noticed there's a building, a structure that's going to be put there in that pond, to where it's not on that format. I didn't notice it in here to where it's north of that. That's wetland. When they put that road in, they had to take more of Wade's front area on the south side of the roadway to move the roadway to stay away from the wetland. How are we going to do this entire proposal around wetland? And then you have the south aspect of it across 12th Street that comes up to adjacent to the railroad track. My question would be, is this part of the intermodal hub? Are we getting the cart before the horse again? Coming out there, are they going to have a railroad spur where the legacy is supposed to be coming through right there in that immediate area? I think there's so much more to this than just what's being presented. And, I can go into so much more, the other thing that I ask about, anybody even looked at the evacuation plan for Western Z out there? Somebody made reference of the roadways and how there's minimized roadway. You throw more vehicles on there and they have a hazmat situation out there. I know from being where I worked, there's an evacuation plan out there. How are you going to move people? How are you going to get them out of there? Then you get into the dark night aspect of this. I mean, the flower plant and the grow houses and that so forth, all the lights out of that. What's that going to do for these people who live down there closer to me? It's not going to affect me as much as them, but it's overall, I think we need to slow down a little bit, change the infrastructure out there, look at, the entire overview of every plan that's in place. It's not only, the engineering aspect of it, it's the law enforcement aspect of it, it's the EMS side of it, as you've all stated in here tonight. But that's something we all need to look at and start thinking of. An economic plan. Where can I find that economic plan online? Is it available? Oh, okay. I'd like to see that. You know, we all have future ideas of making money and, you know, doing what we need to do to make the community better. But as, you know, they stated, people don't want to work now. I mean, look at the unemployment rate. I mean, look at what's taking place. That many more jobs. And the other thing that come out of tonight was, I'm going to put a park in place. How many parks can you do? That takes water to, you know, to do the grass, you know, the aquascapes. I understand that. But how many parks do we really need? I mean, we're already fighting over that type of aspect, you know, the county fairgrounds. But thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You weren't loud. My name's Tina Bailey, and I live across the street from this proposed project. I've been jotting down some notes as I've been listening to the others that have been presented before, and I'm really glad because we got dark sky. You're gonna put a plan out there, you're gonna have to have lights. There's not gonna be a dark sky. The bridge, I don't know if you guys have ever been down there. We've been first responders to 7 accidents and several fatalities. The biggest part is GSL goes and they have to hurry to get to the bridge because it's too late. Guess what happens? Head-ons. That's a big thing. I like to ride my horse across the street. How am I going to get my horse across the street with 6,400 people out there going up and down the road? It's not going to happen. It's going to be more fatalities. That's the other thing, wildlife. Not too long ago, we've had several deer hit. What's going to happen to our wildlife that I so enjoy? The owls down by the rivers that I hear hooting in the middle of the night. What's going to happen there? There are several things I jotted down. A stoplight. Are we going to do a stoplight? I don't know if you guys have ever noticed. Fremont High Peak kids go 2 at a time. There's been several accidents there at the 4-way stop. The wetlands, a sewer plant, hunting. What's going to happen to our kids that want to hunt on the river? And there's a plant there, they can't. The lights, the crime, public safety. We had an accident not too long in front of our house. It took them guys 20 minutes to get to our house to get somebody help. What's going to happen there? Fire hydrants, water. We don't have secondary water. Where's that going to go? I really tried to be positive, but as I wrote down everything, all I could find was negative. And like Bob Urey, we would have to leave as well. There's no way I could live at this place that I've cherished for 29 years. So I totally oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Paul Barney. I live right across the street. I moved up here, Ogden, almost 30 years ago. And I have to travel an hour and a half to see my kids. I moved up here to get quiet and get away from people. Now here they come by the millions. Then where's my quality of life going to be? And the sewer, they're going to have to hook a sewer in there. They wanted about $4,000 to put a pump in front of my house when they talked about this a few years ago, because I'm down lower than the road. So I have to pay to get my sewer out so no longer going to the toilet's going to be fun. It's going to be expensive. I mean, really, why does this have to come out here? That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name's Marcia Hooker, and I live on 334 South 5900 West. So that extension comes right behind my house. I just moved here from Denver, Colorado, out in the country, thinking it's my dream house, and I'm going to have manufacturers behind me. I don't agree with the extension. I don't agree with the whole thing. I'm not from here. I'm not familiar, with how you all do everything. I grew up in Nebraska on a farm, and I was happy to be back on a farm. Very disappointed.
Thank you.
My name's Dan Cragen. I live out in Warren. My father-in-law is the one that owns the land right now, and so I've got a few thoughts on this. First is I do hear people, and I love living out in Warren because it's remote and it's beautiful and it's amazing. And West Warren's the same way. I'm just a neighbor to Wayne, just around the corner. And my thoughts for everybody is this does suck. It sucks that things get developed, but it's coming. And if you wanted a better view, should have bought their land. That's how you protect stuff. You buy stuff. And the EPA is going to drive my father-in-law out of business in the next couple of years. He doesn't have a whole lot of options. But nobody came and said, I'll pony up $2 million or $1 million or anything else to do anything for him. So the development's coming. And I get that it feels poorly and it feels sad and it's a hard thing to have happen. And you moved there because you wanted to see the farm. I love being in the family because I got to see the farm. They're going to lose the farm at some point. And the sad part is instead of being supportive or coming up with solutions, you come up and you're naysayers and you talk about crime coming out and you talk about other things coming out. But what you don't propose is any solutions other than he can go bankrupt while you do nothing. And so really, when I'm listening to everybody tonight, I'm sympathetic because I live out there. My future's out there. My life's going to be out there and it's going to change. And I don't know that change is bad. In fact, moving out there from Morgan, where I grew up, was a wonderful thing. It will be exactly what we make of it. And I think what Black Pine is doing is the most responsible path forward in a lot of ways. And it's up to them to decide. I mean, I find it very interesting when you say, well, they can't find employees. It's people like Elon Musk who takes those risks and becomes wealthy or becomes more forward thinking about stuff. That's their risk. That doesn't affect anybody else. That's Black Pine's risk. It's not even my father-in-law's risk. That's Black Pine's risk. And we would deny them that. I find that somewhat troublesome because it just looks like we're pointing out problems and we're not identifying any solutions that they would be part of. It's really easy to sit and say somebody else ought to solve my problem. It's a whole different thing when you go out and solve your own problem. If you don't like a view, buy the land. If you want the wildlife to stay, buy the land. When you don't, then you don't get a whole lot of say as to what's going to happen there. Doesn't mean that your opinion doesn't count. It should count. And it does count. But at the end of the day, I think everybody's trying to do the best that they can. I just find it really disappointing that a lot of my neighbors aren't looking for those solutions. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Mackenzie Clem. I live at 7661 West, 900 South. I live west of this, so it does not directly affect me as much as the neighbors living there, but I do have some concerns. And part to just follow that is twice when the developer came up, he once said, I'm glad for you guys to do responsible growth. And then before he closed, he said, I'm glad to be a developer and develop responsibly. That's all we're asking, is that this is developed responsibly. You will know less than 10 years ago, that whole area was covered in water. It was on the news, everything else, because guess what? When they have too much water that comes down from the mountain and hits the dam and fills up, guess where that all comes out? Right where all of this is going. You say that water issues is engineering issues. Then they talk about how we should come up with a plan. No, that is you guys. You guys are the planning commission. You approve whether or not things like this go in. So if water's an issue, which it is, and there's no way you can say it's not living out there. When I built, we had to come to the county. We had to get a subdivision. We had to get it approved. I have 150 feet frontage. Okay. You made me give property for the roadway that 10 years later came in, which we did to get our lot. You made us fill in the drain ditch up front. Guess how many drains the county came out to put in just for my property to irrigate and drain the runoff water? 2. In my little 7+ acres to water, to drain off on my frontage that you made fill in a drain ditch of 150 feet, 2 drains. This is a lot of property. If they build up any of their buildings, which they're going to have to because groundwater out here sucks. So they're going to build them up. Yeah, they're not going to flood. Guess who's going to flood? Mike Quell, who lives right by the pond. They talk about 34 acres that will be given for green space. That's great. How much of that is actual green space? How much of it is the slough in the pond that's water filled? You know, in my retrospect, I live further west. I'm not directly affected. My kids driving to school, whether the new one, which is going to suck with your roads, because if you've never had a kid in Fremont with subdivisions built up next and tried to get in and out of there, you will not understand. But my point is you're going to have the traffic. You need to have 2 exits for security to be responsible. I'm not saying no, because to me, I would much rather have an industrial park where people go home at night than the mixed housing, because I don't want 340 new neighbors either. So I might be on the fence. I'm all for the industrial park that way, because at least they're going to go home at night and they're not going to be out here, but be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, hi, my name is Gwen Knight. I live in South Jordan. I grew up in Plain City, and my brothers and I own the property immediately to the west of this development on the south side of 900. And I just, first of all, I want to say I'm in support of this project and in rezoning. I've been in the commercial real estate business for more years than I'm going to admit. And in the Midwest, and I finally got my senses and came back home to Utah. But I recognize that there are a lot of concerns. We're nostalgic about the property ourselves, my brothers and I, because our father farmed it, our grandfather farmed it, grew the hay. We'd spent time out on that property, and if we could keep things the same and there wasn't growth and we had the country feel, it'd be great. We'd love that. But I also recognize, like you do, that growth is inevitable. The legacy highway is going to be coming through there. Hopefully that'll alleviate some traffic concerns. There's a lot of development planned, or at least in the planning stages, hopeful, significantly west of this site. And we're looking at 355 acres here, that there's a long lead time to develop that, unless the developer has end users in their pocket right now, ready to where it's a build for a particular use. This is a long lead time, and each development, I presume, will be coming before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that you will be looking at each development, its impact on traffic, the sewers, the water, the drainage, all of that. And I think that we'll all get another chance to come before you at other public hearings. But I just want to say I'm in support of this. I know this particular hearing is related to the mixed use residential addition to that part of the code. And that makes sense to me because it allows for flexibility. And as was said earlier, that you could, people might want to live close by to where there are jobs. And I recognize, like Mike said, that unemployment is very low, but you got to look long-term. And if there's housing, there's people flooding to Utah, that hopefully we'll get the people back in the job force. So I just want to voice my support for the project and for adding the mixed use residential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Burns, I own property to the east, to the west, and to the south of this. As you guys all know, there's not many people that know the master plan as well as I do. Been there to 95% of all the meetings. So I just want to address what we're asking is a general plan amendment review. I like it. I think it mixes. I think it fits well. I think it's a good area for it. So that's my public comments as far as what we're looking at, which is to amend the master plan or not. I do think it should be amended to this. In my opinion, it's not even an amendment. I think it's just adding, it's actually bringing in the ordinances that need to be done for what needs to be put in. Anyway, I like it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll ask for a motion.
We'll make a motion. We close the public hearing for the general plan amendment.
Motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Discussion.
I voiced my opinion. I'm against amending the general plan to change the zoning to the mixed use. I feel, there's been a lot of comments about how it's going to change the area. But this was something that I know we discussed numerous times in the general plan process. This is the wrong time to say you don't want it to be across the street from you. In my opinion, like I said, everything I'm gonna say is in my opinion. I mean, as we went through, 30 plus work sessions in this back room here and talked about little areas and different stuff. When we looked at, go back to the original general plan that was approved and the office text little mixed use area that was that purple that was put there on that property. There was never a comment that I can remember through any of our sessions that was against that going on that property. And, I get it. This was something that it's frustrating in the general plan when we're trying to do a guiding document for the entire community. And we had maybe 8 people show up religiously to our meetings as we went through this process to try and there now, don't get me wrong, there was a lot of people that come to the open house, and the open house was a lot of feedback and stuff, but to sit in that room and actually work with the planning commission, planning staff, the county commissioners, it wasn't in a meeting in this form. Everybody ponied up to the table and we had discussions. We looked at it, so I'm in support of the purple because that's what's in the general plan and that's what was there before. I support it. I see why it's going to the boundaries. I mean, yeah, why would you develop half of a property or put it in half of a property? But I'm still against the mixed use. I don't think it's needed there. So with that, I'm stopping.
Commissioners, anyone else?
So I'm the one that brought up the fact that I was in favor of the mixed use as I've seen it as a benefit in other communities, but hearing public comment, things like that, I'm not committed to that. I could see it being okay with just being more just the industrial or the manufacturing side. I would like to just voice my opinion on a comment that was made. I feel like it is good. It's a benefit to us to have comment during the general plan, putting together that general plan, but I don't ever feel like it's the wrong time to come and speak your, to voice your opinion. I feel like you should do that anytime you feel like that's necessary, regardless if it feels like it's later than what would have been anticipated or in the best timing. You should always be able to do that. So I commend all of you for coming here, no matter what side you're on. I feel like it's always the best time when you come up here. But as far as putting this together, commissioners, I'm not sure. I'm kind of torn on what is best at this point. I've said numerous times, I feel like growth is inevitable, needed in some fashion. Personally, yeah, I would not want growth. I would love it for everything to stay country and for me to be the only one that has hunting rights on all of your property, but that's not realistic, right? We need to allow some growth. And the unfortunate thing is that it's going to affect some people's lives in a positive way and some in a negative way. And we have the difficult task of trying to distinguish which is the best benefit for everyone. So
I got just a couple of comments, and I'd like to go back to what Mr. Cragen said. You know, the dairy business is a very tough business. That's why there isn't a lot of dairies. And dairies operate within a bunch of rules that are getting tighter and tighter and tighter. If you look at the milk prices today, they're probably up. But have you ever looked at the feed prices? I mean, this is a tough business. And when I grew up, there was lots of dairies. In fact, we even had 12 cows. And today you got the Wades, you have one across the river, maybe a couple over there. But the thing of it is all these folks are faced with the same thing, and it's increased regulations, increased debt if you're trying to stay in the business and keep up, increased supplies. It is a very brutal business. We sold some of our farm to the Wades, and it's not going to last forever. That's the one thing I've had a hard time getting through my mind. When I grew up there was 9 kids in Warren my age. And I don't even know all the people in Warren today. But my point is things change. This is a big piece of land. It's a tough business. And if you look at everything, agriculture's on a slight down. It's going down. And the problem with that is we lose open space. We lose the things that we like looking at. But at the same time, when that property is not being utilized by agriculture and the open space we love, it's going to be homes. And it's, I don't know what kind of legacy that is really in the end. I've thought about it a lot. And my hat's off to the Wades. They battled this thing out for years over there. And all things happen to come to an end. And so the one thing we have to realize is Blaine and his family have property rights too. And it's all fine and dandy until something changes. And it's a progression. It's called change. I'm a tough person to change myself. And so I just want to, if it's not going to be this MT zone, and what's it going to be? Could be homes, could be apartments, could be a lot of things that may be a lot worse than what we have today. So that's my 2 bits on it.
Commissioners? Anyone else? Okay. I'll ask for a motion on item 5.5 GPA 2022-01.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to forward to the county commission a positive rezone on GPA 02201. I do this, it is in compliance with the general plan that we just finished. Let's see what it's all say here. Also, this amendment should include that there could be some administrative and clerical edits to the maps. And sorry, June. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do this with the following findings. It will meet the anticipated needs outlined in the general plan. The proposal reflects the desires of the developer and the property owners. And it demonstrates a continued orderly progression of development in the area. And I believe that the proposals are in the best interest of health, safety, and welfare of the public.
Okay. I have a motion. I'll ask for a second. Okay. Not getting a second on that item, on that motion, excuse me. I'll ask for another motion.
I'll take a stab at it. I'll make a motion that we offer a positive recommendation to the county commission if it stays in the new future MT zone and the mixed use residential is not along with it. Citing the staff recommendations and the conditions that Commissioner Andriotti stated.
I just want to be clear, this item is for the general plan amendment only, not for the zone and, okay.
Right. Does the motion sound reasonable to that end?
The new MT zone, sorry, did I get it wrong? I've been sitting up here too long. I know, but it's the purple color for the future zone in the area as later, just the orange goes away.
So
my
restate
motion.
the motion, would you please?
Jeez, Liam. I'll make a motion that we forward a positive recommendation to the county commission with it laid out as the purple MT business office tech area and without the mixed use residential areas. Does that work? And I'm going to state the same findings and conditions as before.
Okay. All right. Have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second. Commissioner McCormick.
Hey, Chair, before we vote, can I ask a clarifying question, just real quick?
Sure.
The mixed use portion was encouraged by staff, is that correct? Was not of the developer proposal? Okay, okay, thank you.
Anything else, commissioners? All right. Commissioner McCormick.
I vote nay. The mixed use proposal makes the most sense to me. I would like to make a small comment. I feel for you, Mike. And there's not much we can do about it. And you wouldn't want someone telling you what to do with your property when you got ready to sell either.
Okay, we're going to stop this discussion right now. We're going to continue on with the vote. Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner Clontz, Commissioner Edwards,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti,
Nay, I'm with Commissioner McCormick on the mixed use.
chair votes nay as well. Now what do we do? Draw straws? Failed. Okay, all right. So that means what?
Somebody can make a new motion. You can ask for a new motion.
Okay, all right. So I'll ask for another motion. Or we can have some discussion. You guys give me some advice.
I feel like there should be discussion in order to
Discussion.
understand what we're looking at here.
I listened to everybody's comments and I understood everybody's feelings. And then I listened to Mr. Cragen's and I understood his also. And America's based on a non-allodian society, which means we have the right to private ownership. And mixed into that private ownership, we have the right to do what we want. And I heard all the stuff about the sewer, the bridges, the power. Nobody here on this committee's smart enough to tap into all of that. And we have to leave it to our experts. So that's not our field. I also know that towns that don't have great industry become ghost towns. And for that reason, I would like to see the mixed use put back into it. It saves all those workers when and if they come, the having to drive and that type of nature. And I can see some commercial along that front eventually too. And so that's where I'm at.
Okay, commissioners?
Could I throw a suggestion out there because we're at a stalemate? This thing isn't gonna go nowhere under the current vote. What if we put the commercial to it in place of the mixed use? Would we gain any more support of that? Because I would make a motion to put commercial in place of the mixed use.
Mr. Chairman, I stood up at the right time. This is one of the reasons why I came up here. What if we did mixed use commercial? It does allow a little bit of residential, but I think if there are people there, the market will demand more commercial operations than it will residential. I mean, residential is going to be needed at some point. But if we just colored that in with a mixed use commercial, maybe with a limited mixed use residential around it, there's a good little compromise that can be made there. And maybe I'm looking at one of the nay voters on that to see if that would give it a flip.
I mean, are we creating another? Now I can't even remember the word. We've been going so long tonight.
Village
area.
I think you already are, just by virtue of having that many employees there. And you're doing it you're creating a village area without village amenities, because all you have is employment there. And so all you're encouraging at that point is people driving a lot more on the roadways, putting a lot more traffic on the roadways just to get to the services that they need. That's the reason why planning suggested you don't just leave it at strictly jobs. You have it just a little bit more than that, even if it's not residences, just a little bit.
I could support mixed use commercial because then basically it's a give and take between the two.
Further discussion? All right, I'll ask for another motion. Third time's got to be the charm.
All right, I'll make a motion that we recommend a positive recommendation to the county commission to amend the general plan. But we are changing the orange area to the mixed use residential area as outlined in the general plan amendment that was mixed use commercial. Thank you. The red stuff, pink, whatever you want to call it, as spelled out in our packets as Exhibit A, the proposed future land use amendments. And the recommendations and findings are the same as before.
Okay,
good.
I can second that.
Have a motion and a second. All right, Commissioner Neville.
Aye.
Commissioner McCormick.
Aye.
Commissioner Clonks.
Aye.
Commissioner Edwards.
I with a comment, it still pains me to amend the general plan this quick into the process.
We know. Commissioner Andriotti,
Aye.
chair votes aye as well. Motion passes.
Finally.
Great.
I didn't think we were going anywhere with that one.
We got there. We always do. All right, next item.
The best stuff still got,
We're still going.
still got 3 more items. Got horses to feed. Me too.
Let's see, we gotta do now we do we're doing
We're gonna do the next item.
the next. Good job.
All right.
It's been give and take.
Yeah, give a date, exactly.
Item 5.6 ZTA 2022-04, public hearing to consider and take action on amending the Weber County zoning code to create a new zoning district known as the MT zoning district. We have already heard information on that. Commissioners' discussion.
Just one little thing. Can you just give us a brief explanation? Because I went through all the uses. We talked through that at our meeting the other day. But the changes that was sent out in the memo today, can you just brief us on those changes?
So staff, when we put that together, we gleaned initially from what the developer had sent over to us. And we pulled out some of the uses that we thought were a little bit more intensive and involved outdoor or noises or things like that. We focused the attention of those on indoor uses and did not allow for example, in vehicle assembly. If you wanted to do a vehicle assembly shop and just have it all inside, great, and with no outdoor storage of parts or vehicles. That's a very low impact on either the entire development or on the adjacent uses. So they brought up the idea of a Tesla manufacturing plant, which would be awesome. And we would be discussing something completely different if Tesla wanted to come in here and put a manufacturing plant.
We don't need more electric vehicles.
But I could also see the case for someone who was putting together on a very small scale, like an EV West kind of a place or someplace where people were doing manufacturing of vehicles, but just on a very small and limited scale that would fit on this site. And so, and all indoors. So in that regard, those were those changes, and it was based on discussions that staff had with the developers and their anticipated and desired uses.
So can I make some recommendations of?
Oh, absolutely. Make recommendations.
Under 104-21-3, the commercial sales table. The fertilizer one, like we discussed when we talked the other day. I think that's something that either needs to be conditional or permitted. I see that they want to change the outdoor or the recreational vehicle storage as long as it's indoors. I supported that before. Where did we end up on the contractor storage yard as long as it's indoors? Because I don't see a difference there. If it's a storage, if it's contractor, whether it's recreational vehicle or it's contractor, as long as it's inside.
It was the word yard, I think, that kind of caught us up. If it's inside, that's an indoor storage, and I think that an indoor storage use is just a contractor in a general contractor kind of a use, and that would be fine. It's again the word yard that kind of caught us up.
Well, I think there's two parts of it though, because then it's also rental of equipment used by contractors.
Right.
And I mean, if all this is gonna be there and we don't want to add more traffic, why can't we have a rental yard where they can rent a forklift? They ain't gotta go up 12th Street to do it. Or up to, wherever else.
Hey, propose that we add it back in. I'm cool with that.
I don't, so as I run through this table and I went through it. So like I mentioned, I support the recreational vehicle going to permitted as long as it's indoors.
Right.
The whole freight transfer thing, it's, we have some yes, some no, so I'm glad that stayed. Let me get to my next. I apologize. The fertilizer cells and that whether it, they bag it, I mean, look at what we have in our area, with the plants out west, they currently don't do fertilizer, but on the other side of the lake, they do. Maybe something changes with the lake and that becomes an area now they can haul it there and they can bag it and ship it out. I think that one should at least be conditional instead of not permitted.
Just for reference, our preference as staff would be fewer conditional.
That's a matter of opinion. Charlie likes conditions.
He likes conditions, he just doesn't like conditional uses.
Okay. Well, then, I mean, I would say I like condition because you can, it's a little bit, fertilizer is dangerous. You can watch it a little bit closer and it fits with the other sections of the code. And 1, 2, and 3, it's all condition.
But the reason why we steer away from it, and it's kind of an evolving philosophy on it, is that a conditional use is a permitted use as long as they meet the conditions that are associated with that use. The problem becomes with something like fertilizer where it is mildly dangerous. It's not until you mix it with fuel oil that it becomes really dangerous. But it's difficult to anticipate all of the kinds of concerns that may arise from it. And so buttoning down all of the kinds of conditions and restrictions that you would want to put on a use like a fertilizer or a chemical type thing is it becomes problematic. And so it's easier to say, we just don't want it. It doesn't fit with this particular kind of area.
I can respect that in that area. Just. Okay, you win that one.
Well, no, I mean, having
No,
said all that,
I'm with you.
Okay.
You put it in a different view in my head and I see it now.
Okay.
Don't argue your way back into it, Bill.
All right.
The last item would be
I thought you
the
said
storage yard or and I don't care if you want to take yard out, but contractor storage, just, and I don't care if we change that to be more of a, rental equipment, indoor, yard or something, but I think that needs to be there. But. Okay, good then. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank God.
I'm gonna make this go till midnight. Normally, I'm the first one to say we're done by 8:30, but we're committed.
Well, I like it when I go rent something and it's dry when I take it. It's not when it's sitting out in the rain. So thanks. Appreciate that. All right. Okay. So having gone through some comments and concerns there, anybody else, any further discussion necessary on that? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I'll open a public hearing. I motion we open a public hearing.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, we're in public hearing. Anyone like to speak on this item?
Big view about that item.
Well, sure. Public hearing to consider and take action on amending the Weber County zoning code to create a new zoning district known as the MT zoning district. I don't have any takers. Okay, I'll take a motion. Charlie wants.
I've got public comment. I was just wondering, is it the empty zone, like the open space? This is what happens when you go past 10 o'clock.
Charlie. Give Charlie his medication, please.
Chair, I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
All right, we got it.
Second.
All right, motion in a second. All in favor to close?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. Okay. Any further discussion necessary? All right, Commissioner Neville.
Aye. Oh, I got.
Oh, wait a minute. Geez, boy, talk.
I was thinking we're still
talk about
voting.
being
I
off
thought you
my
were asking for a
meds.
vote on the closure.
All right, sorry. Let's have a motion on this thing.
Thing I guess happens to all of us.
Wow.
Somebody go to Chick-fil-A quick.
Yeah. Man, okay. I will entertain a motion for item 5.6 ZTA 2024-04. Do you want me to read it again, Wayne? If I do, I'm really gonna be lost. Okay. Don't everybody talk at once.
Chair, I'll make a motion. We approve item 5.6 ZTA 2022-04 on the proposed changes recommended by staff. And that were clarified in our discussion. Was there forgetting?
Okay. And
Just if I can make a comment, just with the
Please.
changes that come from Bill's staff report today.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you. Yes, the memorandum that we received, correct? Okay.
Any of the other things that we went through need to be added to it?
I'm comfortable. You talk me out.
All right, out of all of it. I lost track somewhere in between there.
So in my motion, I should include with the items that Bill won on.
There you go.
All right, very good. I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner McCormick,
Aye.
Commissioner Clontz,
Aye.
Commissioner Edwards,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item 5.7 ZMA 2022-03. Public hearing to consider and take action on changing the zoning of approximately 355 acres of property located at approximately 5900 west, 1100 south from A2 agricultural to MT manufacturing and technology. Okay, discussion?
I don't need to hear from Bill no more.
Okay.
He wins.
All right, so no discussion.
Well, I got one thing.
Oh, dang it.
We ain't getting away without a comment.
All right.
I just want to say this is the way the rezone process should happen. We went through, the ordinance is there, the stuff that's gonna follow. This is the process it should have taken. The other ones that we've seen, this is the process they need to take prior to coming to this, so. With that being said,
I agree with that.
I agree with that too. I just wish we had more of the public here that was on the development side to hear that. Okay, having said all of that, no discussion, or do we want more discussion? Anybody else got anything to say about this one?
we beat it to death.
All right, very good. I'll call for a motion.
I make a motion, we go into public hearing.
All right, second. Motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're in public hearing. Anyone from the public like to speak on behalf of this item?
You're not getting your work session tonight, by the way.
Okay,
That's his public comment.
seeing that the public has spoken loudly.
I make a motion, we close public hearing.
Perfect.
Second.
All right, all kinds of seconds. They're coming in from everywhere. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? All right, we are now out of public hearing. So any further discussion on this item before I ask for a motion? Is the lights getting dimmer in here? Is it just me?
I think they're telling us to go home.
All right, Mike's got the remote back.
Mike, we appreciate you sticking it out with us.
We do. All right, so having no further conversation or dialogue about that item, I will ask for a motion. I got all night. I'm here now.
That's,
I don't
I
care.
just feel like I'm making.
I made most of the motions
Kinda
tonight. It's your
challenge
turn down
Brad.
there on that side of the table.
Okay, I'll make a motion. A motion that we accept, or that we send forth the proposal given to us by the staff on item 5.7 ZMA 2022-03. Sorry, a positive recommendation from a positive review. I don't know what I'm saying. Positive recommendation that was in favor of staff recommendation, if that makes any sense, hopefully. Would you like me to, Liam? It's okay, it might make.
I can tell by the look on his face.
It might feel, you want me to restate it? I can do that. It'll give Brandon some.
Spit the feathers out this time.
It's not that, it's trying to wake up.
I know.
It's more for June than anything else. Yes, okay, sorry, June.
June's the only sane one left.
I will make a motion to forward a positive recommendation that was given to us by the staff on item ZMA 2022-03. Does that suffice? Liam?
You left off the 5 in front.
5.7, I don't think, does that matter, the 5.7? No, I think it's just
Just
the
the
other.
item number of the agenda.
Thanks, Jim.
I'm fine with that.
Are you sure?
If staff is.
If you'd like to restate it and I say what he said. Oh, thank you.
All right,
Thanks.
okay. Have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner McCormick.
Aye.
Commissioner Paul, Commissioner Edwards,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. Thank you all very much. That was massive. I have never seen anything like that, and I hope
No.
I don't. see
Yeah,
anything like
Liam doesn't have anything to say.
If
No,
we
I
go
know
past
we're not-
10:30,
no, I know
that's
we're
the
not.
longest meeting in the last 6 years I've ever had. One meeting did go to 10:30.
I just had to say
So,
that. So now
6:31.
here's the big one for those of you that are left. You have an opportunity to speak on behalf of anything that was not on the agenda tonight.
Sit down, Joe.
You know, that's a little disappointing, actually. All right. All right. So we'll move on to item number 7. Planning commissioners, any remarks, or have we talked ourselves out?
I have one quick remark
Good.
before Bren.
I'm gonna make
I-
it 7:35 or 10:35.
Yeah. I just feel like as a planning commission, we want to express our appreciation to the staff. We beat you up and we give you a hard time, and especially Charlie took the brunt of it tonight. But we truly do appreciate all the help and support because you're the ones that guide us in knowing what we're saying. So thank you.
Here, here. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
I'll echo that comment, but I want to take it one more to us as the planning commission. It showed the ability for us to work together, come to resolutions in order to, move things along. Some of them wasn't in favor of what the applicants wanted, but it's doing the due diligence to make sure that we're doing what's in the best interest of the community, I feel. So thanks.
Thank you. Positive comments. Anyone else?
No.
Commissioner Klantz, come on. No? Okay.
more in the night meeting than I've heard yet.
Yeah. We got a lot of seconds out of her. All right. Mr. Cleo, or Liam. Please. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Grover, you're first.
Thank you. Would you guys be available to meet on December 27th to look at these work session items? I know that it's,
I think we need a meeting.
What are you gonna do to bribe us? Like,
I can bring you dinner.
okay, thank you.
I'm in. Say food, I'm in.
I can definitely.
No, you have to bring dinner. I like that.
Yeah, Cam, you don't let him
Hey,
get
I
out of it.
like it.
Yeah.
Dinner and a white elephant.
Sounds good.
I just
Yeah.
don't know exactly
Okay.
when we can
Let's
do
do it.
that.
Well, and if that date, upon further investigation doesn't work, I still think we definitely need to have another meeting. I think one in January is not going to get what we need to get done. So let's try hard to get that one in and hopefully we can. Anything else, Director? That's it. Okay. Thank you, Director Grover. Liam, you're up.
Say no comment.
You're just sick of us.
All right, so given the hour, excuse me, I can't talk either. We are going to forego Smart Fields Work Session 1. Sorry, Pat. I think we've just about beat ourselves ragged here tonight. So we'll get that on, we'll get it on the next meeting, I'm sure. And, I don't know if we can work it into our special meeting. We can kind of kick that around if that's a possibility. Anyway, apologies for that. You were here, you saw the activity, so I think you understand. All right, given that, I'll ask for one final motion.
Motion to adjourn.
And
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.